3.
Good afternoon and welcome to this virtual meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Management Board. We are convening to discuss the items that are on our agenda, which were scheduled to be on the Cabinet agenda that is happening tomorrow. I'll comment on that further in a moment. Lucy, do we have any apologies for absence?
None received, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members, do we have any declarations of interest? No? Okay, minutes of previous meetings. The minutes have been circulated, the minutes of the 25th of January and the minutes of the 2nd of February. If there are any items that anyone wishes to comment on the public items of those, please raise it. If there is anything on the confidential minute, please indicate and we will deal with it separately in closed session later. Otherwise, are members happy that I virtually sign those as a correct record? Now, can I also make the point that the minutes as far as the clean air zone discussion, not only there is a record of our discussion, but hopefully to register as a reminder to members of what we've already discussed, that we do not need to repeat in our session later today. So we move on to item 5, Chair's business. Now I want to share with members and with anybody else the absolute frustration of trying to pull together an agenda for a meeting when items are coming on and off of a cabinet agenda so fast that we don't really have a clue what papers are being discussed. And I particularly want to put on record a great deal of disappointment regarding the Bristol Beacon paper. Our agenda was published at 7 p.m. on Wednesday evening, and at that time we fully believed that the full Bristol Beacon paper was going to Cabinet tomorrow. By the time the Cabinet paper was produced at 11 p.m. the following evening, it was not going. I cannot believe that this council is in a situation where it is so badly organised that it cannot know that an item is going to be withdrawn from an agenda, but no one actually bothered to tell the scrutiny team or me as chairman of this committee that that paper would not be available. And indeed, I only found out by discovering that it was not on the council agenda. Now, forget me, I'm used to being treated badly with contempt. I find the treatment of scrutiny and of members in that way are really quite frightening, and I think it raises very significant questions about the way the administration chooses to engage or not engage with scrutiny. However, I would put I want to be fair and put the other side of the argument with the facilities management issue, which is the cleaning and security services item that is on this agenda. That matter was discussed in confidential session because members of this committee expressed concern. That was due to be on tomorrow's cabinet agenda, but as a result of a significant discussion at the HR committee, they unanimously wrote to Councillor Cheney asking that that item should be delayed for scrutiny to have some input. And as a result, that is not going to tomorrow's cabinet. But I have been in email discussion with Craig, and Craig has asked that we should consider that item and express a scrutiny view on it. So I welcome the fact that we are being given an opportunity to comment on that item before the cabinet members consider whether it should go to the next cabinet meeting and in what form. The third item that we were expecting to discuss today was company business plans. Those were pulled from the cabinet agenda, but in enough time for us to leave off of our agenda. So they are going to the 9th of March cabinet meeting, and we will review those on the 5th of March. But I should point out to members that that is the second time that those items have been pulled from a cabinet meeting and rescheduled, which does seem an extraordinary way to run an organisation. So I set that scene because I think it's important that members are aware, and I do that as well to explain to any members of the public who are looking at this, to understand why members of this meeting will be struggling to cope with finding appropriate papers, because we've had literally very many papers in respect of the clean air zone, and we haven't been able to find or see all the papers in respect of the security and cleaning services, because they were concealed within the cabinet papers in a way that we were not able to access them. So I ask for understanding in that respect. There's one further item, if you'll forgive me, on Chair's business that I do want to say, because having been critical about the organisation, which, as I say, does not affect democratic services or scrutiny, I would like to express a personal view that I hope Mike will convey to others in the team, but I'm also saying this to Lucy and the scrutiny team. I put on record that I think democratic services and all those involved in yesterday's council budget meeting behind the scenes did a phenomenal job in making a very difficult meeting go incredibly smoothly, and that actually saw all the democratic processes carried out in an open, constructive way. I think we all know how much of a challenge that is. So Mike, can I ask you, please, even if it is only to relay to Lucy, can you please do that to put on record real appreciation for a difficult job done extremely well?
Yeah, and Chair, it's great Lucy's here to hear it, but thank you nevertheless for saying it. And you know, I too was really impressed with the way that the meeting was run, and it doesn't happen by chance. It happens because there's a lot of hard work from a lot of people, including Lucy and the team. So well done, Lucy.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Recognise that, but I also say it in the context that whilst not necessarily supporting all the decisions that were taken, I fully support the way they were taken and the processes we went through. We start off with hopefully an item that might be not too contentious, which is the Scrutiny annual report. The Scrutiny leads have seen the report in advance and commented and helped to shape it. And we circulated it to Scrutiny members, and I wanted to put this out and to get formal approval before it is submitted to full council. This was written before the problems that I referred to in my opening remarks, but I recognise that those are probably inevitable problems that come about, and I don't think it should alter the constructive role that we should all be seeking for scrutiny to play in the process of governance of the authority. I just want to see if members have got any comments, and I have one question to ask. Members have anything they want to say? In which case, the one question I wanted to ask members is for a view on virtual meetings. I know that some members have a view that the sooner we're all back in the chamber and confronting each other on opposite sides of the debating floor is important. I have a personal view that I felt that actually scrutiny can benefit from virtual meetings and the ability for us to take part from our own homes and contribute to the debate in often a calmer and more constructive way. And I'm just interested to hear whether members share that view or feel that we must categorically go back to full-blown public meetings as soon as we possibly can. Does anyone want to contribute to that? Joe?
I agree with you, Jeff, and I would be very disappointed if anyone felt they could veto us continuing with virtual meetings. However, I do appreciate that doesn't work for everyone. I think the priority should be that we focus on working out how we can best conduct hybrid meetings where we're allowed to have people in the room and people attending virtually. It is interesting to see that as long as the public understand how Zoom works, for them to come in and ask a question or to attend just by sitting in the comfort of their own homes instead of watching, classic Emmerdale Farm, they can actually attend by YouTube and listen to what we're all up to. So I think that actually, I really think the way to go is for us to have the meeting rooms set up so whoever is in attendance will be heard in the same way and vice versa as the people who would appear perhaps on a big screen in the room. And then that whole thing can be webcast in the same way as it has been. And that perhaps in some cases where we have quite small meeting rooms and it's been quite a problem, we should consider running our public forum via Zoom, and but still keeping the option open for people who feel that they have to attend in person. So I think that's where the priority should be. And as a parent, it has been mostly hugely advantageous to be able to do things this way, although I do sometimes get interrupted by children and dogs. And I did wonder whether that might be a reason why we perhaps couldn't continue in this way. But I would argue that that is family life. That is the reality that counsellors are people with families, with difficult children, difficult parents, difficult pets, all sorts of other issues that do affect everybody's lives, not just us. And if we are serious about being an inclusive organisation where we want to encourage people from all walks of life to be part of the council, to stand, we need to make sure it's as easy as possible for them to participate.
Thank you, Jo. That's a really useful contribution. I've got Claire, Stephen, Brenda and Anthony. Claire.
I think actually, Jo's probably just said everything I wanted to say. I think my main priority is going to be, it's not just about councillors feeling comfortable or safe. It's really about the safety of our staff as well in making those meetings work. So I certainly wouldn't want us to be meeting together until everybody's had the opportunity to have a vaccination. That's absolutely crucial. Also, I think the number of transport miles that are now saved by Zoom, that's not to be underestimated actually, because as a counsellor and as a parent, I can be in my ward, in the city, and around and about, and those miles are just ridiculous. So actually, I think there is a real benefit in a lot of us not travelling into City Hall where possible, and so I've really enjoyed this model. It's been a lot easier, but I would say that my primary concern is the safety of our staff when we come back to City Hall en masse. So that would be my point.
Thank you, Claire. Steve?
Well, I think there's sort of pros and cons, really. I mean, of course, I agree with Claire that we shouldn't come back until we've all had the opportunity of being vaccinated. But I do feel that when we can go back to public in real life, as my daughter calls it, IRL meetings, then we should do so. I mean, I'd be interested in knowing what the numbers of statements and questions that the public have put in have been to the virtual meetings that we've had. My sense is that there's a lot less, but I don't know that. There's been quite a lot of confusion about, you know, watching it on YouTube and then coming onto Zoom. I personally know a number of people who have found that process quite difficult and perhaps hasn't been explained as clearly as it might have been. I mean, I kind of specialize in asking what I call stupid questions, which is because I'm old enough and, you know, to be able to do that. But for example, around the papers today, I mean, if I was sat in a room with other people, I'd be saying, look, is this the right paper for the clean air zone? I actually haven't got a clue. And to take up the time to put my hand up now in this meeting and say is that, well, I might do it, but I'm not sure everybody does do that. So I think my shout would be, it's been okay. It's been well organized. I think Zoom has been good, but as soon as we can get back to normal meetings, we should do. I think it's an interesting idea about hybrid meetings, but I've experienced hybrid meetings with, you know, with conference calls, for example, and they don't really work very well. So, you know, I think that needs to be thought about. Thank you.
Mike, do you want to come in now or after other comments?
I'm happy to wait till the end, Chair.
Okay, rightio, thank you. Brenda.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's been two great advantages about having online meetings. For one, if we get lots of meetings in a day, we're not having to travel all the time in and out and, you know, switch between, do one meeting in the morning, then maybe have several hours in between, so you go back home and then you've got to come down again for another meeting. There's the additional plus of if you have caring responsibilities, either for children or family members, you can actually fit that in much more easily. And that does mean that we would be allowing a wider range of counsellors who may have issues in their families that they have to deal with to actually become counsellors. And it's not just limited to those who have no responsibilities, have a job that fits in nicely with times and things like that. So I'd be quite keen, again, along with Claire, once it's safe, that maybe we think about having things like full council meetings face to face, but the majority of others could continue in the virtual way. So that's my thoughts anyway.
Thank you, Brenda. Anthony.
Thanks, thanks, Chair. I have a personal reason, obviously, for preferring Zoom because I can see everybody, and that makes it very much easier to judge what's going on. But I agree with much of what's been said about feasibility, particularly where you're moving between different parts of the city to have meetings, which as ward councillors we regularly do, and that certainly means that you just can't be in several places at once, and this is a way of smoothing that out. I wanted to make the point, and others have touched on it, about the public. I think we've got, I too feel that there's been fewer interventions in council and cabinet and scrutiny commissions from the public, and I think we should try and understand why. I would like us to think we could actually do some investigation on that, because I think that if we got this right, and here is a point where I think that hybrid meetings may work, if we got this right, having hybrid public interventions may well be a way of encouraging more support and responses from the public, which I think is a really important thing. So broadly, I'm in favour of this. One final thing, I've always been a great advocate of inquiry days. I really think it's very sad to me that we don't do them these days very well. Now, one of the big problems with inquiry days was physically getting everybody in the room, including people, experts from all over the place. It's now everyday business to have people speaking from the other side of the world to you on Zoom. We can make this contribution without a physical presence. That's going to save money, but it's also going to make these things a lot more feasible. And I would welcome that opportunity. But, you know, it is, as Steve said, it is swings and roundabouts. We've got to assess this, but the only way to assess it is really to find out how people think. And I really do think we should take some trouble to do that.
Thank you, Anthony. Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to remind members, I think you're all aware of this, that all of this will depend on the government's willingness to legislate for remote meetings on an ongoing basis. The current arrangements have a sunset clause which runs out, I think, at the end of May. More recently, they've indicated they probably are likely to legislate to enable that to happen, but just to remind you all, it will depend on that actually happening. And then on the hybrid meetings, which many members of the committee appear to support, just to say for that to work well, and I agree with the comments that it would need to work well if it's to be part of how you work going forward, would require some significant investment in kit. And as usual, the nature of the council house, the nature of it as a building doesn't particularly lend itself to the use of modern technology. So to do this well would probably require quite a significant investment in new technology. Simon Oliver is looking at that, so we will have options available for members to consider, but it's probably not going to be cheap to do it well, which is what I'm sure you'd want to do if we were to do it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mike. I think that's helpful. I think, Mike, we were aware of the sort of sunset clause as far as the timing was concerned, but actually felt it was useful to express an opinion in the possibility that might actually help shape future legislation. I think if I sum up what I've heard, not least because we want to try and incorporate it in the Scrutiny annual report, that I think everybody recognises that we need to go back to having some meetings that are public meetings and physically take place, but that members do like the benefits that come from virtual meetings and would like over time to be able to explore the possibility of some form of hybrid meeting, albeit recognising the limitations on technology. I think it was Brenda who made the point about caring, and I think Anthony about meetings in the ward. And certainly we are all aware of the amount of time we spend travelling and polluting getting to and from meetings. And if we can find a way of actually making this work better, I think that would be really positive. Lucy, do you think you've got enough there to tweak that section of the report?
Yes, I do. Thank you. And regarding the public forum figures, I will. I'll run some figures and send them around to you, because I think you'll probably find them quite interesting. So thanks.
That would be really helpful. But can I just check with members that, subject to that being amended along the lines I've just summarised, you're happy that we submit the Scrutiny annual report to full council for March? Everybody happy with that? Is there anybody against that? No, so that's unanimous. Okay, thank you. Now, I realise at this point that actually I've adjusted the agenda without telling members that I was proposing to adjust the agenda. So let me correct that omission. So what I was proposing to do was to now take public forum, and I'm suggesting that we potentially swap round items 9 and 10 on the agenda, so that the cleaning and security services item is the last substantial item that we take, so that if we do need to go into exempt session for that item, we are not then breaking up that discussion. We can do so as part of that process. Members happy that we change things in that order? Okay, so we go to public forum, which should be on the website for any members of the public watching, in terms of the questions that have been submitted. And members, that should have been circulated to you as an email at 12:27, I believe.
Chair, may I just remind members that when you may be asking supplementary questions in relation in particular to the questions that Councillor Hiscott is putting for Bristol Beacon, please be mindful of the information that you are aware of that may be exempt, and be careful in framing your questions not to inadvertently disclose any exempt information. If you're not sure, then please do ask me separately. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. So unusually, we have 39 questions, although the majority of those come from 2 questioners. So I will try to allocate the time as fairly as I can. In terms of questions, the copy I've got in front of me doesn't tell me which members of the public are joining us. So I'm guessing we've got David Redgewell joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff.
Oh, welcome, David. Bernie Sharp, I think, is potentially joining us at 1 o'clock. Claire is with us. Is Suzanne Audrey going to join us? Yeah. And I can see Toby Wells has joined us. And is Joanna Booth joining us?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, right. Okay. So I know who I've got to get through. Now we have half an hour allocated for public forum. So you already have the answers. So can I ask you to be extremely brief and come to a supplementary in no more than 30 seconds, so that there is time for us to see if we can get an officer to respond to the question. So I'll start off with David Redgewell, questions 1 and 2. Your very brief supplementary, David.
I think my supplementary is really, as with the coaches, is with planned rail replacement services, you can make sure everything's Euro 6. What really happens in an emergency when the railway lines are closed and you can't get Euro 6, but those buses still have to run through the network. The DFT pays at the end of the day. They aren't private coach companies. So what provision is made there to waiver situations in an emergency? That's my question. That's my question, really.
Okay. Do we have can I ask if there's an officer able to respond to that question?
Hiya. Hi, Chair. It's Abigail Smith here from the CAS team. Hiya. Yeah, I can certainly help with that one. As we've sort of previously said, we're still working out all of the exemptions. If there is, road diversions in place, then the charge will not be in place at that time. So I think we will review this in light of this question and just make sure that the key thing is that we can't affect compliance, and so we can't have loads of rail replacement coaches and buses coming through. So we do need to consider it though, and I would thank Dave Redgewell for raising this point. So thank you.
David, do you want to come back?
Just to say, Chair, that this isn't, I make the point again, Highways England is waved through the barrier. They turn the cameras off when the motorways are diverted. Network Rail, when its lines go down, it's a government agency, needs to be given priority to move its passengers. You need equal playing fields for both road and rail. And that was the view of all of the members of the Transport Board, which advises the Mayor and this, of course, this Scrutiny Commission.
Okay, thank you, David. Is Bernie Sharp with us at the moment? No? Okay, in which case we'll go on to...
We're just double checking somebody that's in the waiting room. They haven't got their name displayed, Jeff. We think that might be Bernie, but we're not sure. So I don't know if you want to move on for a minute or just give us a moment. I think might just move on for a sec. We're just double checking who that is.
So if we move on, so questions 16 to 35 are Claire Hiscott. Claire, can I in the first instance give you five minutes to raise supplementaries and get answers, and then we'll come back to you. And I believe Stephen Peacock is going to respond. Is that right, Stephen?
Yes, Chair, I'm very happy to take questions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So Claire, we start off with some supplementaries, and then if there's time at the end, I can come back to you again.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm very mindful that I don't want to take up all of the time. And just to say, I'm finding it very difficult to jump from various papers and screens here. It's absolutely, well, it's impossible to do this on a council iPad, actually. I don't feel that it's been fully answered as to why in a 27-hour period a report went from good to go to not good to go. And I was wondering, Stephen, perhaps you could explain a little bit more why you thought it was good to go and what changed, because if as the answer says, negotiations are ongoing with contractors, do you feel that you brought that report too early to Cabinet, or what? Because it is very strange behaviour to suddenly, you know, in the space of 27 hours or whatever, to go from a report that's acceptable to Cabinet and then suddenly not. Could you expand a little bit on that?
Yes, I'm happy to come back. So, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at two slides, Stephen, so apologies if I'm not looking you in the eye.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Sorry, just the line cut out. So the two things that have been happening are, number one, we've been reaching a point where, from a officer and the administration point of view, that full deep dive review of the project, sort of stripping it back, as you're aware, to the basics and then rebuilding it, gave us as officers the confidence that we needed to progress with two things. The two things that have been progressing in parallel have been the preparation of the Cabinet report, which was on the forward plan for February, and beginning the process of translating the intent that was a shared intent. All contractors were part of the process that the members saw in exempt session, to translate that into the papers that become effectively the new set of legal contracts. We took a look at that, a deep dive review on Tuesday, I think Monday afternoon, Tuesday. So pretty much real time last week. We regularly check in, clearly, because it's a live situation. And we wanted to make sure that negotiations had progressed to a point where we were confident that not that the contracts would all be ready to sign the day that the Cabinet report was produced, but that those, in effect, those documents were coming together in a timely fashion. The conclusion that the administration drew with officers having done that was that the negotiations needed a bit more time. So this is a real-time negotiations. You have seen in the exempt session, there's an awful lot to it. It's very complex, and it's a judgment as to when is the right time to bring that to Cabinet for a decision, recognizing that that is something we only wish to do once, and that is why it was a late decision. We acknowledge that it was a late decision to defer the item, but it reflects the very real and very fluid nature of the conversations with the contractor, the key contractor being Wilmot Dixon, which are ongoing. I spoke to them yesterday. I'll be speaking to them tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. That's really helpful. And then just my final supplementary is, you know, I'm really not going to take up a lot of time on this. Stephen, if this doesn't go to Cabinet in March, I suppose I'm really worried that these delays to you know any finance attached to those decisions and Cabinet papers could actually mean that work stops. So can you give us some assurance that that the papers will go and any decisions will go to Cabinet in March, and that there will be no delays or stoppage on the works? Because
Okay.
You know, with an open building like that, you walk away from a building and things automatically get worse because of weather and time and stuff.
So obviously the decision ultimately rests with the administration as to whether it feels this is the right thing to do. But I would only add that the negotiation is real, and I imagine the contractors will be watching this video. So we are in a live discussion to get the best possible deal for Bristol in our negotiation. So to do that negotiation here would not be ultimately in the interests of the people of Bristol. So we are making every effort to get to a point where we will be recommending to the administration that we do bring it to the next cabinet, but it is a negotiation and it is live.
Okay, well, and that's really helpful, and you know, I'm sure that they are watching with interest, and I'm sure the right decisions will be made in the future. Thanks, Stephen, much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Stephen. So I'm now going to go to questions 3 to 15. Bernie Sharp, who I think is with us. Are you?
Hi.
Yes, you're Bernie. Welcome. I don't know whether you gathered the way I played it for the previous set of questions is that I'm going to allocate 5 minutes for you to pick up on to ask a couple of supplementaries and for members of the CAS team to then respond to your questions. If there is more time at the end of our discussion, we'll come back to you for any further supplementaries. But if you'd like to fire away with your supplementaries at this point, that would be good.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask questions. I've boiled them down slightly from the ones I've sent through. So residents
Can I just check, have you seen the answers to those questions?
No, I haven't, I'm afraid. I've not been sent anything through.
In which case, can I suggest that we leave you to look online at the answers, because this is your chance to ask supplementaries. So have a look at those, identify what you need to ask, and I'll carry on with further questions and come back to you in a few minutes if that works for you.
Yes, thank you. I'll be in touch with you.
We'll do that. So I'll move to questions 36 and 37. Suzanne Aldry. Suzanne, welcome. Please, if you'd like to let us know supplementaries.
Yes, so I see in the response it talks about a robust monitoring and evaluation plan, which is good. But I didn't find it. There were an awful lot of papers associated with the CAS. So my questions are: if there is that robust monitoring and evaluation plan, is it publicly available, and does it cover the issues that I was talking about, which we're worried about in our neighbourhoods? I think it would be helpful for the public if we could see that plan.
Can I have an officer response to that question?
Yeah, hi Chair, it's Abigail Smith here again. Hi Suzanne, thank you for your questions. In answer to that one, FBC 38 is the monitoring and evaluation plan, but it does appear throughout many documents. I appreciate there's a lot of documents to wade through, and there's a lot of repetition, sort of the same points appearing in various ones. But if you start with that one, I feel that would be a good starting point for you. The other one is FBC 2, which is the exec summary, which gives a broad summary of pretty much the whole FBC. So I think that would also be of use.
So can I just quickly ask then, does that cover the sorts of things I'm talking about, which is monitoring rat running, monitoring non-residents and that sort of thing?
It includes some of it, but as I say, elements of those appear throughout, not necessarily all in one, but it's how we're going to monitor each one in turn. So it kind of appears throughout a lot of the different documents. But I think if you start with that one, it will lead you to the other ones as you need. I appreciate there's a lot of documents. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. And it's no consolation to you, but you've only echoed the same problem that members have already expressed, that there were so many documents that we really haven't got a clue where to find the information that we've been looking for. And I think that comment will be made later, but thank you for your contribution. Question 38, Toby, welcome. Do you have a supplement? Well, have you seen the answer?
Yes, I have. Thank you. So the answers, we've only had them for about 20 minutes, so I've done my best to come up with a supplementary question as quickly as possible.
Please.
So at Bristol Cycling Campaign, we believe that the carrot and stick approach is essential to achieve modal shift and bring in the true environmental benefits in air quality and for the global climate. In this case, the stick is the clean air zone, but at the moment, the only carrot really being offered is for people to replace their private motor vehicles, locking in their car dependency, even if it's with slightly lower emission vehicles than what they currently have. So the answer given states that the active travel schemes that were proposed were not deliverable before the compliance date of January 2023. The schemes described in that document were important links, but ultimately they're only a few hundred meters of cycleway. We weren't talking about huge arterial routes. So why is the council not capable of delivering these schemes in a 2-year period? And if it's not capable of doing so, is it going to miss out on other upcoming funding opportunities, such as future tranches of the Active Travel Fund, because it's unable to deliver?
Good point.
Hello, thank you, Toby, for your question. That's a good question. So it was more a case of the timescales that were put upon us to submit the full business case. That is what's driving this. Everything is about reaching compliance in the shortest possible time. So in order to submit our proposal to JACU, Government Joint Air Quality Unit, who we submit our full business case to, we were having a lot of discussions with them about what they would fund and what they wouldn't fund, and they need quite a lot of evidence, quite a good evidence base in order to obviously grant funding, and we weren't able to. It's the case of putting those plans together and being able to justify the impact on compliance. They sort of noted quite early on, as part of our outline business case submission, what they would likely fund and what they wouldn't, and they would sort of fund cycle schemes that were in the zone that would actually help drive compliance, so not to mitigate the scheme, which we'd originally hoped. So we had 3 or 4, I think it was, cycle schemes in originally in the CAF bid, which is the Clean Air Fund bid, and sadly we had to remove them. But it's not all lost, because we've got one cycle scheme now in that was sort of more developed. So therefore, we had more evidence behind it to be able to include it within the full business case, within our timescales for submission on the 26th of February. So that one's gone in as part of implementation because it's in the zone and we think it will help compliance. And it could, obviously the plans are a bit more advanced for that particular one. But, you know, there is a plan for surplus revenue that's generated, you know, looking at sort of livable neighbourhoods, and we would certainly look to incorporate cycle schemes in as part of that. So yeah, I hope that gives you some reassurance.
Thank you for the answer, and maybe just one supplementary comment from a scrutiny perspective. It would have been nice if that was clearer in the report that's prompted this question, because the development of the trade study was very, very clear and very well described up to a certain point, and then suddenly within the space of one paragraph all of these schemes had disappeared and there was no explanation, which is what's prompted this uncertainty, I think.
Thank you, Toby. And if I move on to question 39, Joanna Booth, which I think is along the same lines. Joanna, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you for having me on. I guess Toby has answered a lot of my questions. He's asked the right ones. So what I wanted to ask was, the groups identified for mitigating measures were the groups most negatively impacted by the CAS. By removing all those 10 cycle schemes, because as it was just said now, that they didn't fit in with the plans, that means that these groups of low income groups and BRI users, for example, are now being only mitigated by the car measures, by updating or upgrading and replacing cars. What happens to those people who are walkers or cyclists who can't be, who have no access to the funds available, which is over 22 million for business users for updating cars and replacing them. They seem to have been completely eliminated from the mitigating measures. I don't know if you could do that properly.
Yeah, I can take that one. I think part of Jackie's response in terms of the cycling measures was, the government's just launched several funds and significant funding to enable us to put in walking and cycling measures in terms of the Emergency Active Travel Fund, but also the commitment to additional cycling funding that we're expecting to receive next year and then the following years. So, we have made significant changes that when we produced the OBC for the CAS, that was pre-COVID. There was no mention of any significant funding for walking and cycling. There was no mention of the closures that we've made and the cycle routes that we've put in place. So from a Jackie perspective, those sort of schemes are receiving funding from government, and we are implementing schemes along those lines. We've made the changes already through the Bristol Street Space programme. We're expecting to receive a share of 175 million that the government has promised for walking and cycling next year. We don't know exactly how much that will be as yet. And then there's a further approximately 1.5 billion available for the following 2 years, which again we expect to receive a significant chunk from. So those schemes will be being brought forward. It's just through a different funding source.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna, for your question, and Adam for answering it. I would just add to that we have also got our CAF bid, our Clean Air Fund bid, which I think is FBC 17, and that's available online. If you look at that, what we've sought to do is have the engagement team that we've got that are very established within Bristol City Council and do a great job, have a lot of contacts. And what they will do is reach out not only to businesses, but to the public as well, especially in our hard to reach areas, our areas of deprivation. And what they will do is offer mobility credits. They will offer, for things like bus tickets and for, hiring bikes and for trying bikes. And just basically make sure that these offers are open to those groups as a priority. So just to reassure you that we haven't just forgotten them, and they're very much catered for.
I believe you're referring to the £6 million.
Yeah.
That's allocated for the promotional things. Yeah, I've got FBC 17 open. Thank you very much for that. That's really helpful.
Thank you.
One last final question then, because if these measures were put in for the CAS and for Jackie to identify, to evaluate, I imagine that means they were costed and the timings were evaluated, especially since the response came back to say that they wouldn't be ready by January 2023. Where are those costings and timings available, please? Or should I FOI it? Whoever wants to answer that.
Adam and I are looking at each other. Who's going to answer?
Is that published in one of the 219 papers?
I don't believe so. I mean, we didn't get to the detail stage of working out those timings. It was evident from Jackie's response that they weren't going to support those sort of schemes and those sort of measures. So there's no kind of detailed plan saying when those schemes would be developed. It was at OBC stage, which is fairly early in the business case stage.
Sorry, can I just have one clarification then? Because the reply that I got and that Toby Wells got said they wouldn't be ready by January 2023.
So it's about being in place and driving compliance by that time frame. So Jackie want to fund things that will drive compliance with air quality. So it's not just it's ready for January 2023, because by that point you're supposed to be compliant anyway.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Thank you, Joe. Now I now propose to go to Bernie for some supplementary questions, and then if members agree, I propose to go to those who put in statements and ask them to each speak for a maximum of 1 minute on those statements. But I'm giving them warning now so they can work out how to précis what they're going to say. So Bernie, are you there? I'm looking on my screen. I think you are here. Yeah, hi, Bernie. So if you've got some supplementary questions you would like to ask, but there's a maximum of 5 minutes for you to ask them and get answers. So please fire away.
Thank you very much. I've had very limited time, as you realise, to review the answers that have been submitted and review what those answers have said, which I hopefully have just done. I have to say I'm rather disappointed by the quality of answers that I got. I'd like to focus on 2 areas. So firstly, the residents of Southville will suffer more pollution as a result of the CAS introduction, as well as bearing the cost of over £1,000 to replace vehicles or pay the charge of public transport is not possible. I asked about the impact on diversions around the area of other people. The project's own modelling shows increased pollution on Coronation Road as a result of the closure of Cumberland Road. It's previously been asked by Councillor Clark in the last meeting about modelling of diversions. I've been referred to one of the documents in the pack, which I've just very quickly scanned through, and I've read the modelling reports as well, as best I can, given that there are hundreds of documents on the council website, both for this meeting and for the full board meeting as well. And I would really appreciate a summary, perhaps from a modeller, of how the impact on residents like me who are paying the costs of this and are likely to have more pollution as a result, how that modelling has worked to actually find out what the impact is on me in Southville.
So it's partly for the chair to respond to. We do have a section on diversionary impacts in the presentation that we're bringing forward later on. I can cover some element of that now, or did you want me to wait till that point in the process?
We can wait till that point in the process. My second question was around the shape of the CAS, which has changed multiple times. I was referred to the options report, which I've just very quickly looked through. There are options in the report. They are much higher level options than the specific shape of the CAS itself. So, for example, whether you cut off South Bristol at Winterstoke Road or not. You know, there's maps. It's even inconsistent between the reports that you've put on the website for this meeting versus what's currently published on the Clean Air Zone. I could share my screen with an example of that in South Bristol. And also there's the M32, which again in your reports on that you've submitted for this meeting, also it still includes the M32 route. So, you know, for us to have confidence that the modelling has been done appropriately with the appropriate level of rigour, there are lots of inconsistencies here, and these really affect people's lives. You know, this is do I have to buy a new car? Am I going to have to go into debt because of these decisions? And obviously I want clean air, but I'm not getting clean air either. So I'd really like to understand the detailed process for how you decided that some of these roads would or wouldn't be included within the clean air zone.
So just on the clean air point, we'll present later on, but I'll just make the point now about Coronation Road, that by 2023 is expected to have lower pollution levels than it does now. So the clean air zone will improve air quality outside the zone as well as within the zone, but we will cover that point later on. All of the modelling is submitted to JACU and is checked by JACU in detail, and they have a specific teams that go through all the modelling and all the boundaries and everything else and make sure it's all what we're saying it is. So it is all rigorously checked. There have been a number of iterations to the zone boundaries and a number of different scheme options that have been put forward. The drawings that are in the FBC should be the correct ones. I don't know, Abby, if you want to come in at all on that element.
I think you've covered it pretty much. I mean, it's, you know, I appreciate the documents are really a high level and everything, but we are in a situation where we can't massively fix a problem until it's occurred. So whilst we can, you know, do a lot of technical work, modelling is just a sort of, you know, a look into the future. And what we've sought to do is look to achieve compliance in the shortest possible time, which is what we, you know, that's what we have to achieve. And if problems do occur on surrounding roads, you know, displacement's been something that's been raised here many times before, we will have to use some of our funding to mitigate that and look at it, but we can't put those measures in place now until the problem has arisen, as it were. So I know that's probably not what you're wanting to hear.
I asked questions about people making trips into Bristol versus travelling through Bristol, and reading the modelling report, it wasn't very clear how that would be broken down. And as someone who doesn't work in central Bristol, who only makes trips through Bristol using either the Portway or the M32, it leaves me in a really difficult position. And to feel like the modelling hasn't been done with great clarity to how it's going to affect not just my life, but many people's lives in South Bristol, because we are being sufficiently cut off from the major routes through the city. It's quite a difficult message to hear, that we just do some modelling and then see what happens.
I think the size of the zone and modelling being carried out has been designed to achieve compliance in the timescales that we were set by JACU. That has driven all of the decisions around the size of the zone and what it encompasses. It has to be large enough to capture enough trips to encourage people then to change their modes or to change their vehicles in order to clean up those areas that have the worst pollution levels. And I think it's important to understand what bad pollution levels are and what creates that. The worst part of the city is Upper Magdalen Street, Marlborough Street by the BRI. It's heavily trafficked, it's got quite steep hills, and it's got, most importantly of all, it's got very steep buildings either side. And it's the tall buildings and the narrowness of the corridor that creates the situation that means that the pollution collects in that area. Mm-hmm. So the pollution there, for example, is far worse than it is on the M32, which is a far busier road. In a similar way, other roads that are not built up in that way and don't have the same high-sided buildings, the pollution will not collect in the same way. So a lot of the roads that are outside of the CAS zone do not have high-sided buildings. The weather effectively blows the pollution away much more quickly, and therefore you're not subjected to pollution in the same way. So the zone is targeting those areas in the middle that have the biggest problems, but it needs to capture a wide number of trips in order to ensure that the trips going through that area are being cleaned up to clean the air in those areas.
Okay, I mean, based on what
I'm going to have to bring you.
Cut me off.
I'm going to have to bring you to a conclusion, but because we have to move on. But can I just thank you and other members of the public for your contribution to this? I allowed you longer because you were asking questions that I think only echoed the views expressed by members at previous meetings, because most of us are very concerned about displacement and the impact it has on our wards, and you've flagged up and identified further concerns there, which I'm sure we will raise in our subsequent discussion. And I think, because as I understand this process, even with the application going into JACU on Friday, there are still things developing, and I think, please don't give up on your probing and your questioning, because I think we as lay people benefit from hearing other people's opinions on what needs to be considered. So thank you to all of you for that contribution.
Just very briefly, I do apologise. I've just never seen a map with many roads in Clifton affected by this. Would be my observation of the area points I'd like to make.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll mute myself now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So now just public forum statements, and please, I do urge you to, and this is nothing personal, David or Clive, but I do urge you to concentrate your remarks into the 1 minute available. David, you first.
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. Well, the issues that concern me most are rail replacement coaches. The issue of the fact that the bus terminal for coaches is in Bond Street in the middle of the zone, so therefore National Express and Megabus dupes may not have Euro 6s, and they come through the city regularly to go to the West Country. So I'm not sure that issue's been properly addressed, or any coach parking as alternatives like Bath have done, or down Park and Ride, and allowing people to come in by bus to the city centre. We don't offer that solution in our CAS issue. So thirdly, my most important point there is the BRI and the group of hospitals that Adam's just talked about. I mean, they are very, very polluted. The green travel plan there is non-existent. We have 3 bus routes that go to the BRI. That's all in the whole of the city region, not just Bristol. And the BRI is a real situation. It serves the whole southwest, the Heart Institute, the dental hospital, the eye hospital, the cancer centres, the maternity units. They're all completely regional.
Seconds left, David, please.
Okay, so that needs to be addressed. Blue badge holders for the whole of the West Country have to come into the city, can't just be waived on Bristol boundaries. It needs to be looked at for the whole of the WECA area. So disabled access needs to be maintained. Those are my main points, but we have a lot of concerns about disabled access and the way that's being treated within the clean air zone for residents other than maybe from Bristol itself.
Thank you, David. And lastly, for public forum, I want to say Alderman Clive Stevens, but it's not, it's former councillor Clive Stevens. So Clive, good to see you back. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello. And this
1 minute,
is
please.
60 seconds. So this is about the Scrutiny annual report. I support the comments by the chair, especially on the value of the scrutiny of policy development. That's scrutiny at an early stage. Scrutiny like inquiry days, task and finish, that type of thing. It improves the quality of decision making, and good decisions are what Bristol needs. Secondly, cooperation with Cabinet early on, because you're going to need to cooperate with Cabinet members for early policy development scrutiny, doesn't stop you scrutinising just before Cabinet in meetings like this. That's pre-decision scrutiny, ideally done a week maybe before Cabinet to enable better public involvement and questions to Cabinet. And finally, there's after the event.
Seconds, 5.
Okay, after event scrutiny, value for money. But to summarise, I urge you to support further strengthening of policy development scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Clive. Really appreciated. Thank you. So, members, that concludes the public forum, and we move on to our reordered agenda. So, item 8 is the Bristol Beacon, where we've already had substantial questions and answers, and members are aware that we don't have a report, so I do not envisage this is going to be a lengthy session. Stephen, I think you are going to respond on this. I think from my point of view, the most significant question is, how will we know when we need to put this item on an OSM agenda?
So if I may respond, Chair, just to refer you back, obviously this is a live negotiation. We will be checking in every day with the administration and with the contractor. As I wrote to yourself and to Councillor O'Rourke the day that the decision was reached, we are aspiring to get this to the March Cabinet, in which case clearly the dispatch date for that, I think, is, I believe it's next Monday. I know that the OSM dispatch, I forget the date, but I take the earlier comment about the number of elapsed days between OSM meeting for pre-decision scrutiny and the Cabinet, but I believe, Lucy, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the 5th of March.
Correct.
If I can interject there, Stephen, the problem is that dispatch for the next OSM meeting is tomorrow. We had to have the meeting on the Friday because officers were not available to meet on the Monday. So we have to meet when officers are able to attend. So at this stage, we don't know whether we'll be able to discuss that item or not, but therefore, from what you're saying, is we have to put it on the agenda, and we will get papers if there are any, and if we don't get papers, we then don't know, given that we go into PERDA and we're not allowed to be involved in contentious issues. So it's very difficult to know how scrutiny can then be involved in the process.
Chair, can I come in?
I think I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm probably
Yeah.
going to say what you're going to say, Steve, which is, so I can see the dilemma from your point of view, Chair, but I don't know what more we can do. I mean, I think Stephen's described how we're making every effort to enable Scrutiny to have an opportunity to have an input into a very live and topical issue. I don't know what more we can do. This is one of those situations, I think, that the Mayor was describing earlier, where, you know, it's part of a live commercial negotiation. We're doing our best to enable Scrutiny to participate in that. I really don't know what more we can do. I can see that it makes agenda planning difficult, just as it is for Cabinet. I really don't know what more we can do.
Mike, I think you know that what made me extremely angry was that actually no one got round to telling me there was a problem. And had we been told before dispatch of our agenda, we would have happily caveated it or deferred it. It's the fact that I only find out by, and the Scrutiny team only find out by actually looking at the Cabinet agenda when it's published and discovering it's not there. That's the bit that caused the frustration. And so I think you understand that having been treated that way, we're trying to establish some clarity. Now, the explanation has been given, and I understand that. And as I said at Mayor's question time, I have no wish to do anything to jeopardise commercial decision-making by the executive. But I don't know how Scrutiny can deal with something. And I also find it extremely embarrassing that we all know something that the public aren't being allowed to know when it is critical information. And I know that members have a concern that if not brought out by the March Cabinet meeting, that this may be delayed until after May because of the pre-election period. So I think you would understand that members feel this is of such importance that it must be made public.
Now, I absolutely understand the concern and the wish to be able to, in effect, see the results of the work that you have seen in closed session, which you clearly will form the basis of a Cabinet report. The issue is that we have to make decisions based on the information that comes to hand, and it wasn't anybody's wish that in a live negotiation we would, you know, choose to give those teams an extra period of time. Clearly we had put it on the forward plan because we were telling all teams that we were working to that timeline. But it is unfortunately, you know, a peril of being in a live negotiation, and in a sense it's not sacrificing a good deal for the sake of, as we can clearly see, a you know, a frustration to members and also Cabinet, because clearly nobody wants to have these things coming off an agenda, but it is in a reflection of a, you know, a challenging set of discussions to get to the right answer.
Anthony and then Paula.
Thank you, Chair. Stephen, I hope that you might be able to give an answer to a question I raised this morning. It's a fairly technical question relating to contracts. I'm aware of the amount of work and effort that was put into stripping back, as you said, going back to basics in terms of understanding the true cost of this project. What I'm concerned about is that what's being left behind is the tendering and the contract arrangements and all the enabling works and pre-planning and the structural reports and all the information that was available to the main contractor in order to ensure that their tender catered for as many known unknowns as instead of blindly looking at the building from the outside and putting a price on it. Many of the things that have been discovered recently that you spent some time going through in your report to our closed session a little while back are things that would have come out of those sorts of enabling, stripping out, demolition, whatever you want to call it, contracts to inform the main contractor's tender. Can you please tell me how that all worked and what the timeline was, and why we are still assuming that all the extra cost is down to Bristol City Council?
So I can't give you a full blow by blow on what happened before I joined the council, Councillor Negus.
Well,
There may be a time for that, but right now our focus is 100% on building a programme scope and costs that we can bring to Cabinet for, we hope, approval. Your comments that I do recognise around what was known then and what could have been done differently are questions that may form the basis of a future discussion. But right now, our focus is on a deed of variation to the contracting arrangements that are in place that sweeps up all of those issues and those items that have now been discovered since a demolition has taken place. And that's what it was. The work that started this and was unavoidable and necessary was effectively a demolition of everything but the outer skin of the building and the golden foyer that was paid for by a previous phase. Everything else is, broadly speaking, stripped away. And those issues that we've alluded to, and which, to be fair, we said we had begun to discover in our June and July Cabinet discussions, were only revealed in full when that demolition was taking place. As to what might have been done differently in the past, I guess I would hesitate to speculate, not because it isn't a legitimate question, but because our focus is right now on moving forward and putting in place the right arrangements to complete the project.
Well, Stephen, what I'm worried about is that moving forward is going to cost this city council millions and millions of pounds if we don't go back to finding out who was the original, who should have got this right in the first place. I accept that it's vital that we know the true cost of this building, but the secondary effect, which means that you've got to go back in time, is to understand the reasons why the bill is what it is now and why it is very different from the contract sum that Wilmot Dixon tendered for. And Wilmot Dixon should have been advised and made clear from all the information, some of which is on the public record, of all the structural reports and the clearing out of the building before they made their final tender. That is my understanding of how those original enabling contracts were set up. Why were those contracts not used to do the very thing they were designed to achieve, which was to better inform the contractor's tender price?
So you will definitely have to put that question at a different juncture, because there is no officer or member of the administration. Look, Councillor Negus, I can be very plain if you like. I'm trying to do a deal for the benefit of the people of Bristol to bring back the building that everybody wants to complete. But I'm not going to negotiate with Wilmot Dixon via this video call. It's just plainly commercially silly for me to enter into that discussion with you now.
Councillor Negus, can I just say, I think, sorry.
Yeah. No, can I just say, I'm very keen here that we recognise that Stephen is doing a professional job to deliver the best outcome for the authority, and whatever our frustrations and concerns with the process, actually taking the frustration out on Stephen is not actually going to help resolve the issue. So those are very valid questions to ask, Anthony, and I would guess that the officer team has been asking those questions throughout this process, but I fully understand that we cannot expect a response at this stage when commercial negotiations are taking place. So I do think
take it offline, please.
Hang on, Anthony. I do think we have to be fair. I'm going to move on to other questioners. I'll come back to you in due course, Anthony. So I'm going to take Paula, then Joe, and then Claire.
Well, I realise that we're really in a sort of time vice at the moment, and I'm going to make a proposal. Because members have had a closed briefing, and because we have PERDA coming up on the 23rd of March, and the Cabinet is very imminent, I wonder if it's possible that we could bypass the whole Cabinet thing and schedule another extraordinary OSM meeting somewhere around the 20th of March, which would give a bit more time flexibility. I mean, obviously there's this issue of trying to get the contract signed, and we're all saying that we want to get the best value for Bristol. So why are we the ones who are putting pressure on to somehow or other to put obstacles in that way? Is it not feasible that we have, I mean, I think members really want to have a public meeting so that we can go forward into the PERDA period with this knowledge in the public domain. And I think that's perfectly reasonable. It seems to me that it could be reasonable that the contracts and everything could be sorted out by about the 20th, maybe not for the cabinet meeting, but I don't think it has to be predicated upon it going directly to cabinet. It could come to OSM separately, and I think that would satisfy everybody. Does that idea have legs?
Paula, I have to say, I hear what you say. I also think we've got to be very fair on officers, that I would not expect a separate report to come to OSM that was different from the report that was going to cabinet. Otherwise, we're creating twice the work.
That's not really what, that I didn't clarify myself properly. What I'm saying is that they would be preparing a report for cabinet. That's what they're in the process of doing. There just won't be a cabinet until, obviously, it would come to cabinet in May or June after the election. But what members are not happy with is the fact that we've had this information, so that we are privy to information that's not in the public domain, do not want to go into PERDA and into the election period having that private knowledge. So what I'm trying to offer is a solution that the paper would be ready, but not ready in time for the last cabinet before the election period. And I'm just asking officers if that's possible. Is that a solution?
I think if I read what officers are saying, is that there is every intention that a decision will be taken before the PERDA period. Is that a, Michael, Stephen, is that a reasonable interpretation? Not to hold you to, but the intention.
It's our intent. I mean, Chair, I think so I may sound like a scratch record, but that's our intent, but not in a way that is to the detriment of the deal we then do, because ultimately, you know, we are in a negotiation which is live. So yes, of course, it's regrettable that we didn't get it to February, and we are aspiring to get it to March, and we will be taking daily stock takes between now and Monday, which clearly is the dispatch date. It's that live, but it is our intention, but clearly we need to take stock of where we are in the next 72 hours.
So I go back to the point then, would it not, could we agree here today that if it doesn't get, if we can't get the papers published in time for it to go to cabinet, and it can't go to cabinet in March, it could still come to OSM in March?
I don't think, Paula, from the answers we're hearing, I don't think we can prescribe that. I think what we can say is it will go on our agenda for the 5th of March, the potential item, if the cabinet paper appears. If it doesn't appear, we will update at the 5th of March meeting when it might be possible. But I don't think we can expect officers to give us a categoric date by which we will have a contract that will enable that paper to be produced, because Stephen is explaining it's developing and evolving. So I think we all want to get to what you're aiming for, but we can't, am I right, Stephen? We can't specify a date by which we will get there.
I think that's right, Chair. I mean, I think, you know, everybody is working flat out to get this to a point where a decision can be made, at which point OSM will have the ability to scrutinise that pre-decision. The issue I can't guarantee is when we'll get to a point where the administration feels confident to take the item to cabinet. It's very hard to call, as you can no doubt see, I'm afraid.
So I think I'm just wanting an indication from members that I think the view is that members would like a paper on this brought before the pre-election period commences. Is that a fair view? Is everybody in agreement with that? And a recognition that if that can't happen, that we consider this of such importance that a paper must be brought to OSM as soon as it is practically possible to do so, even if that is in the pre-election period. Is that agreed?
Well, Nancy might want to comment on the restrictions regarding the pre-election.
I don't think we can do that.
No, I think, Councillor Gollop, I think holding meetings that are discussing what are controversial issues within the pre-election period would not be advisable. And you are probably going to have exempt information anyway, which couldn't be shared, which is obviously a separate matter. But officers should not be arranging meetings where there are controversial issues to be discussed within that period.
So information that should be in the public domain can't be put in the public domain, and we can't have a meeting to discuss it.
Correct.
Well, no, I mean, I think if this, well, I think the separate issue in terms of the public domain, whether information is exempt or not. What I'm saying is there may still be information that's exempt and can't be shared in open session whenever it comes to members. Sorry.
I mean, the availability of information is always a balance. So the law clearly steers us towards transparency and sharing of information, subject to a number of tests. One of those key tests is protecting, the commercial and financial interests of the council. So the question as to whether it should be in the public domain needs to be weighed in that regard. It isn't simply a question of it should be in the public domain, and that's what we're wrestling with here. I think, as Stephen has described really well, actually, it is clearly not in the council's interest for some of the information that members rightly would, like to see in the public domain in other circumstances, to put them into the public domain. The overriding interest here is to protect, the council taxpayers of Bristol, and that's what we're doing. As soon as we are past that point, we're happy to share that information, but as Nancy says, we're then potentially caught by the pre-election period restrictions. That's just where we are in the timetable.
But I have to say, I would argue that there is information that I believe residents of Bristol should know before the election.
Yeah.
And I would be very unhappy if officers in the administration argue that information cannot be disclosed. And I'm not worried about the commercial details of the contract. I'm worried about the quantum of the miscalculation of the full contract price that I believe is a fundamental issue, and that residents must be aware of. And I would prefer it was released by the executive in a way that was in accordance with I'm about the quantum of
Chair, can I make a suggestion that we consider where we are again at the next meeting, and there may be some more clarity at that point about what may be appropriate and when? Yep, in terms of arranging a meeting?
I'm very happy with that. I think that's all we can do.
Jeff, if I may, doesn't that, if we go with what Nancy is saying, which seems like a good fallback position, then we're effectively doing what Paula suggested, which is that we put this item on the agenda, whatever happens. So it's on the agenda, we get the papers or we don't get the papers, but it's on the agenda. There's no other way of making sure that there's an opportunity for this.
Right. I think we take Nancy's suggestion. We rediscuss it at our meeting on the 5th of March. And in the meantime, I will have discussions with officers on how we can square this, because I don't want this to turn into a confrontational issue. How we can square this in a way that achieves what we all want it to achieve without making what's already a really challenging job for the team even harder. And I suggest we work it in that way. Okay, I'm going to carry on now with questions. So Joe and then Claire.
Okay, it's very difficult. I remember the last when we had that briefing before, and I went away feeling like a bit of us that I'd been a bit stupid and a bit naughty, and I'd asked questions that I shouldn't ask. And I'm not talking about legal. I'm talking about, this sort of position of saying, oh, we mustn't look back, we've got to look forward, or, you know, this information, it wasn't that this situation has changed, it's just that we didn't know what it was going to be. And also, I wasn't here then, so you can't ask me that question. And this is one of the things that I find incredibly frustrating about being a counsellor. And it's I want to be positive because I really like this project. And I'm also a bit concerned that it might fall, or decisions won't get made because of all the secrecy, because of all the commercial sensitivity, that, you know, in a transparent, subject to some exemptions organisation with public accountability, that because we're saying, oh no, you can't hear about this because it's commercially sensitive, decisions are going to get made and we're not going to know about them. That's one possibility. Or decisions won't get made and we'll have procrastinated, and with a building that really doesn't, you know, will not benefit from procrastination, and everything will get held up and the costs will go up again. So those are the issues that I'm really concerned about. And then there's just one other thing. Well, there's two things actually. One of them is that everything item that we've discussed so far seems to be about issues around communication. And again, I just feel like we really do need to look at how we communicate, even when we can't tell people everything. You know, when something changes, we need to make sure that people understand why. It was the same with the clean air zone. Something gets taken out of the programme, and then you don't know why, and you don't know whether it's because it's an abject failure or because it's going to be put somewhere else. These things need to be explained properly. And then just on the project itself, one of the things that really concerns me is if we're worrying about value for money and things are costing much more, and then we're saying, yeah, but if we carry on, we can gain out of this commercially. Please do not let that happen at the expense of the long-term projects that the part of the reason why the Bristol Music Trust was set up, and why people like Louise are so keen to develop this, that it's about the people, it's about children, it's about the future of the city culturally. And I really worry that the more we spend on it, the more we'll be saying, oh, well, we're going to have to justify that spending by making everything really commercial. So all we ever do is Britain's Got Talent on ice, because that's what makes the most money. So I just think we need to be really careful.
Thank you, Jo. Claire.
Thank you, Chair. I'm feeling as though I'm in some sort of weird Groundhog Day movie, because every time I come to OSM, I feel as though there is something that I know about but I'm not allowed to talk about. And so I'm going to ask this question for Mike and Nancy. Because obviously, Stephen, you're new to the administration, and so I don't think it will be fair to put this one to you. But it is usual for when something goes to cabinet, for everything to be pretty nailed down on a contract. In fact, everybody, all the councillors sitting here know that once something goes to cabinet, a decision has already been made. A decision is never made in public at cabinet. It is, in fact, theatre. It is the rubber stamp moment. Yes, you can ask questions, but never have I known in the history of this cabinet a decision being changed in public on the day. So if things were still so up in the air, and there were negotiations going on, which we've known about since apparently last summer, according to the mayor, that there have been issues, who let this go onto the agenda, and why did you let it go onto the agenda? Because I presume you were certain of the contract and everything, and then suddenly you weren't. I'm really shocked that there have been issues. Who let this go onto the agenda?
Peter, can you switch off your YouTube feed? Thank you.
Jeff, I'm happy to respond to Councillor Hiscock's question.
Please, Mike.
So I have to say I would turn that around, Claire, because actually one of the things that this committee and other parts of Scrutiny have pushed us and the administration on over the last 2 or 3 years is to actually put more onto the forward plan. And in doing so, that inevitably means that we will be less certain than we otherwise would have been about the ability for us to bring forward the reports in the month that the forward plan suggests they are. I mean, actually, although it does predate me, that is one of the reasons why the administration did go through a period where they didn't put anything on the forward plan before the statutory 28 days in order to avoid this very problem. So I do have to say, you can't have it both ways. So we've done our best to try and give an indication of when key issues are coming forward. In something like this that has been subject to an ongoing negotiation, in my view, it clearly runs the risk that actually ultimately you won't be able to deliver the report. And as Stephen has explained, a few times this afternoon, that's what's happened here. Despite our best intentions to bring it to Cabinet on the date published in the forward plan, in the end, we weren't able to do so. And I don't think you want us to go back to the administration's previous approach, which was not to have anything on other than at the 28 days notice. I just think this is inevitable if we do our best to have a forward look on the forward plan.
If I may just quickly add, the identification of a problem was shared with members in, I think it was July, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was July. We said we now need to do a deep review. We thought we would come back earlier. We thought we'd get here by maybe September, October. And so we decided we needed to put something out that was realistic and deliverable. But this is as we said, this is a very complex project, and I don't regret putting it on the forward plan, because even though this is uncomfortable, it was an attempt to draw a line and say at that point we want to be able to bring it to Cabinet and subject it to scrutiny. We didn't quite get there, but I'd rather be, the presumption of openness should apply, and we tried to keep to that timeline, and we have just about missed it.
I'm going to go back to Claire, but just before I do, and Stephen, can I just say, I know some might think I'm not, but on balance, I'm generally quite reasonable. And if someone had actually spoken to me the evening of the Osm dispatch and explained the problem, I would have happily said, fine, we'll defer it. You're not listening to my absolute frustration that no one told me there was even a risk of a delay until I found it not on the Cabinet agenda to the morning, sort of 24 hours later, 36 hours later. So I'm really applaud the way the administration has tried to develop the forward plan, and I've accepted all the way along that involves flexibility on scrutiny side, that things will not always be delivered. I have no problem with that. I simply have a problem that I wasn't even warned that it might have been delayed. If I'd thought it might have been delayed, I'd have happily worded it differently in the paperwork. So that is my absolute frustration. Claire.
Yeah, I just want to come back, and Jeff, I'm in full agreement with you on this, is that, if at our exempt briefing you had flagged this up as things are still in process, we're not sure when it will be sorted. If you'd flagged that up at that meeting, I would not be quite so frustrated now, because I would have said, fair enough, we get it. But why did nobody flag that up at that briefing? Stephen, you could have said, I don't think, it's touch and go. Mike could have said it's touch and go, we're doing our best. If you'd said that, as Jeff said, we would have been a lot more reasonable. Now you put us in a situation where we're actually quite frustrated.
Okay, I can actually give you a very simple answer, which is that I found out about the commercial behaviour of our contractor about 12 hours before you did, Chair. So my legal team got together in a room and we did a review, and the behaviour of the contractor was made apparent to me, and I made a recommendation on that basis, in good faith, based on the fact that that situation in terms of a negotiation that was supposed to be proceeding smoothly from the position you saw to the contracts we signed had become a little bit, shall we say, more challenging through behaviours of other parties. I cannot go into detail, but I can absolutely assure you, because Mike will bear testament to this, this was a very live issue, and it was not something that was considered likely at the time that I briefed you. It was additional behaviour.
Thank you, Stephen. I want to bring this item to a conclusion. I got Paula, and I'm going to read out Steve Clark's comment after Paula's spoken.
Well, I mean, I actually did lower my hand, but I will say I actually visited the site, and I just wanted to sort of say how that showed to me how complex it is. It's a very difficult and huge project, and I think that people aren't really talking about the specification that was decided originally, and that obviously was decided as to make it economically viable, was to increase by far the amenities that could be offered. And I mean, it was Stephen using the word demolish that made me really feel that I needed to say something, because I suppose if you hadn't decided at such a high specification, then you wouldn't have had to pull back and demolish everything. If you didn't have pillars with concrete floors on it, then the fact that the pillars weren't solid wouldn't have been such a problem. So I do sort of understand, having seen it, how complex and how huge the project is. And I mean, I hear everything what everybody's saying about, times moving and that, but I do have some sympathy for the fact that, we are trying to do something well here and do something really that's going to be a fantastic asset for the city. It's a tough time, and it is just times that's really pressurizing us. I mean, it wouldn't be, if we weren't going into Purdah, we wouldn't probably be so antsy about the whole thing. And ultimately, I think, we have to keep our eye on the prize. I think there probably will be an opportunity in the future, maybe for some reflection on what happened in the early days. But I think, now what we've got to do is we've got to make sure that, the officers who are here now are able to do the best job they can to transfer the risk. And as far as I understand it, 95% of risk or so is going to be transferred across. And we need to make sure that we get that good deal. So I suppose, in a way, it would be great if more members were able to see what is the size and the complexity of the project. And then I think, a lot of what people are saying is, could we not have just, touched it up and tarted it up a bit? That obviously was a decision that was taken that wouldn't be enough. And that's what we've got ourselves in this situation. So I think we need to talk more about the high specification, which is a cause of a lot of the problems, in my inexpert opinion.
So I think everybody's seen Steve's comment, and I think we'd all agree we've spent too long on this. And I think we probably also agree that we do need a commitment to get this into the public domain before the pre-election period commences. Would members be happy that I submit that comment to Cabinet tomorrow in respect to this item? Not the one about us spending too much time on it, just the rest of it. Is everybody happy with that? Is anybody against? So that is unanimous cross-party that we express that opinion. Stephen, Mike, I'm sorry you've borne the brunt of members' frustration on what is a really difficult situation. And Stephen, I know you've not just borne the brunt of it today, but over months. And I think perhaps, I hope you recognise that this is partly a recognition of how important members see the Bristol Beacon as part of the city's offer, and how we do want it to be. We want the right solution, and we recognise commerciality has to come first, but we want the right solution for our citizens as well. So we will hope that we can have this back in a much more constructive session as soon as it is practically possible to do so. Thank you for your patience with us on this one, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
So I'm moving on, and as I know we've got officers ready for the next two items. I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of the proposed running order, that we are now going to go into the Clean Air Zone Cabinet report, and then after that we will go into the Cleaning and Security Services report, with the option of going into confidential session at the end of that item. So, so we take item 10, which is the Clean Air Zone report. Now, I have to say my sympathy, particularly for Mike, because he's just had to sit through a situation where we've complained that we've got no report at all, to an extent where we move on to the next one, where we've gone from the sublime to the ridiculous, where I'm told we have somewhere in the region of 220 reports. I have no idea whether I've seen all of them. Well, I know I haven't seen all of them, but which ones I've seen and which ones I've seen several times and which ones I've missed, I cannot be certain on. Members are aware that the confidential report was so confidential that we weren't allowed to see any of it until shortly before this meeting. That is one way of maintaining confidentiality. Because most of us have been in meetings since it became available, I suspect we haven't seen it. So I repeat, my suggestion was that we ask officers to take us through briefly, as if we had not seen these papers. Sorry, I'm waffling now because I've gone on to the wrong agenda item. So we have seen all the Clean Air Zone papers, but in fact there were a large number of confidential items randomly added to the top end of the Cabinet agenda without any description of what they related to, which is what left me totally confused. So I am going to ask officers for a very brief introduction, but we don't intend to repeat the items we have previously discussed with you. So could you take us very briefly on the journey that's happened since you presented to us only a matter of weeks ago to the finalisation of the proposal that is going to be submitted to Cabinet and then to JACU? Adam, Abigail, I'm not sure which of you is going to lead.
Okay, I'll be leading, and Abby will come in to talk about the exemptions section. We'll take you through basically a little bit of what we covered last time, just to set the scene for everyone, and then a bit more detail on some of the issues that have been raised to cover off some of those points. Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to just run through the options so everyone's clear on what we've looked at previously, talk about the model revisions, cover the results to show what they've shown. We'll then talk about the proposed scheme, cover the mitigations and exemptions that are proposed, talk about the diversionary impacts, and then cover the financial and economic impacts. So just a quick run through of the options. The preferred approach really was to avoid having a charging zone and to take a more sustainable approach to improving air quality in the city through public transport improvements. Yeah. So obviously the Bristol street space schemes were a kind of a big element of that. So we tried to implement those schemes. The Mayor did a call to action to try and engage the public and ask them to change their modes and contribute to the improvement of air in the city. I think that worked to an extent, but one of the difficulties we've had with it, I suppose, is that the public transport network has never got above 50% capacity. So it's quite difficult to do that call to action when a lot of the public transport capacity is not there. We also haven't ever really got to a position where we've gone back to normal traffic flows to be able to then go back to JACU and say, well, this is what's happened to the traffic flows and therefore we should be able to change our approach. So we've attempted that approach. It's not done enough to get us to compliance. The other options that then were looked at was the medium CAS-C with a small CAS-D, which is the scheme that has been looked at previously, and then a small CAS-D all on its own. So with the C element, the commercial vehicle element, in the same size as the D element, which is the private vehicle element. And that's on top of the street space schemes and fast track measures, which we discussed previously. So the model revisions that were made, firstly, we enabled Cabot Circus access from the M32 via the Holton Street entrance and exit. So not the main entrances, but the side entrance. That was done in part because there were really no other multi-storey car parks in the whole central area that were accessible by car. And we feel for tourism and for the kind of success of the city, we need to provide people with an option to drive into the city and park to do various things. Also, we've changed the access to Bridge Valley Road so that you can avoid going over the Cumberland Basin if you need to. There's some traffic flows and speeds that have been updated on some of the key corridors. The net result of that is minimal change, which again we covered at the last scrutiny meeting, so I won't go through that in detail. And we also took out the M32 park and ride, which again we covered last time. I won't spend a huge amount of time on street space schemes. We can come back to them if people have specific questions about them. The main aim was to improve public transport through the centre of town, protecting it from congestion, and to improve walking and cycling facilities throughout that central area, partly through segregated cycle routes, but also through removing through traffic in that central area. The knock-on benefit of that was a significant improvement to air quality all throughout the central area, and we'll see how the traffic movements have changed in that area in just a moment. The problem with the street space schemes is that in some ways it's a blunt tool, and it effectively impacts all vehicles rather than targeting the dirtier vehicles. So this is the impact that the street space schemes had on traffic movements. You'll note most of the reductions in traffic there through the Baldwin Street, Redcliffe Street, Victoria Street area in the middle. Also Cumberland Road, reductions in traffic through the closure of Cumberland Road, and similarly Park Street and other areas benefiting from the closures in the centre by having reduction in traffic. Some increases on Bond Street and Temple Way. Some increases also in the central bit there around where Rupert Street is. No significant changes around the Marlborough Street area, which is our most polluted area. So that really brought us to the conclusion that whilst the schemes had done a lot of improvement to the central area, they hadn't been able to achieve what we needed to achieve in Marlborough Street. And just to clarify, in case you haven't seen the key there, the blue lines mean a reduction in traffic, the green lines mean an increase in traffic. The small CAS-D then has that impact on the vehicle makeup. So it has a lesser impact on the volume of trips. You can see most of the lines are blue. So what it's doing is essentially overall a reduction in trips going through that central area. And you can see not much green on there, or the green lines are very narrow. So overall a lower impact, reducing the volumes of traffic going through the city centre, but not to such a high extent. But what it is doing is changing that split of compliant and non-compliant vehicles. And that's what really then helps to drive the improvement in air quality in the central area. Both of these assume the pre-pandemic traffic flow level, so 2019 traffic flows and before, using the GBATS model. And this traffic flow here sits on top of the street space changes that I've just shown you. So I won't dwell on this slide because there's a whole lot of numbers on there. It's in the results that we've published. What I'm going to focus on is the years at the bottom. So the top line there is the OBC baseline. That says essentially what would happen if we did nothing, showing Marlborough Street as 2027 being the biggest problem area. The street space schemes, as you will see, achieved some improvements, particularly through the central area, but didn't do enough around Marlborough Street and Rupert Street, those sorts of areas, which were some of our problem areas. So then when we've overlaid the small CAS-D on top of that, which is the bottom line, you can see everywhere becoming compliant around 2021, apart from Marlborough Street and Rupert Street, which become compliant in 2023. So I think the key thing to note is street space delivers some of the benefits. It doesn't have that impact on the fleet, and that's why we then need to input a CAS-D as well. It needs to be fairly wide-ranging to capture enough vehicles to drive compliance in those difficult areas in the central part of the zone. So the proposed scheme we're going to put forward following all the modelling and discussions that we've had is the small CAS-D. Just to be very clear for everyone, it's one charging zone, that central zone. The charges are for non-compliant vehicles. I know we've all been through this before, but just for anyone watching, that's petrol Euro 3 and below, or diesel Euro 5 and below. So if you have a Euro 4 and above petrol, you won't be charged. If you have a Euro 6 and above diesel, you won't be charged. And that applies for non-compliant private vehicles and commercial vehicles. The zone is operational continuously, so 24/7, 365 days a year. We have a series of mitigations which we're going to go through shortly, and also concessions, which we're going to talk about, exemptions, which we're going to talk about shortly as well. So in terms of the mitigations, we have the loan grant scheme, which will apply to those earning low income, so you need to travel into the zone. It's important to note with all of these that we do need people to demonstrate that they are travelling into and out of the zone regularly. You know, we can't just have people who don't ever drive into the centre of town applying for new vehicles, for example. So that will enable people to upgrade their vehicle. Another thing to note on that, I suppose, is this is our bid to JACU, so it's not guaranteed how much funding we'll get. The amounts that we're requesting are in the documentation. I think it's around 20 million for the loan grant scheme. JACU will determine how much they actually give us. There's also information in the documents about how much people will be eligible to apply for in terms of the grant and loan split. So you can get a portion of the amount as a grant and a larger portion of the amount as an interest-free loan. And maybe just to kind of explain it a little bit further, if you have a car that's worth £5,000 and you need to get a car that is worth, say, £8,000, effectively the system would buy that £5,000 car off of you and give you either a grant or a loan to make up the remaining £3,000 to enable the purchase of the £8,000 vehicle. So it's not that you have to spend all the money on the new vehicle. The old vehicle is taken into account as part of that process. So we've also got provision of grants for taxis, private hires and LGV drivers to upgrade their vehicles. A loan scheme for small local businesses to replace their vehicles, and additional funding for supported bus services and coaches to retrofit vehicles and avoid CAS charges. In terms of infrastructure, we talked before the meeting, before this session, about the response from JACU to our infrastructure proposals. What we have been able to retain in the CAF is an increase and improving updated legible city signage. The old market gap cycle scheme is part of the implementation fund, which is the fund that funds the actual scheme delivery. The CAF fund is the fund that funds the mitigation following delivery of the scheme. Sustainable travel choices. So we have £6 million allocated for a range of promotional activities. That includes the mobility credits and the subsidised bus travel. So rather than, for example, upgrading your vehicle, you could upgrade to mobility credits to use those on the bus or other sustainable transport modes instead. It also includes targeted door knocking and road shows, business support and engagement, and a lot of scheme promotion with leaflets and publicity and such like. This is clearly quite a kind of key and fundamental part of the next part of the scheme, to get that message out about what people and businesses can do to mitigate the impacts on them. And we also have micro consolidation as well. I'm just going to hand over to Abby now, who's going to run through the list of exemptions.
Yeah, so we've got the table of exemptions here. The first, I think it's 5 or so, have NA next to the length, and that's because they are part of the exemptions that are listed on the national CAS framework. So we've got, for example, the disabled passenger vehicle class. So they will be exempt throughout the length of the project, and historic vehicles and recovery vehicles, just picking up a few of those. Next slide, please. And then here we sort of eventually getting into the support that we're putting forward. So we've got a 1-year exemption proposal for residents. That's all residents living within the zone. So that's within the small CASD area. And next slide, please. And we've also got community transport vehicles registered with a Section 19 permit. We've also got exemptions for low-income earners travelling into the zone for work purposes, and these have got a year next to them, and that's just simply because we need to monitor during that year and at the end of that year the impact on compliance. So if we're, for example, giving out lots of exemptions and that is having an impact on when we reach compliance or could impact, then we need to rethink that. And indeed, the other flip side of that is that if they're not having an impact on compliance, we'll be able to extend those exemptions. So there's a lot of detail still being worked out, as Adam was just saying, in relation to the CAF bid, but we'll know more once we get the project signed off, etc. So next slide, please. And then we've got here commercial vehicles with existing finance agreements. We've got visitors to specified hospitals. And again, it has to be set hospitals within the zone area so that we aren't just sort of mitigating, exempting everybody and then impacting on compliance, is the point I just made. We've got a set here, it might look quite complicated, but what we would do is the aim that people who have to, say, for example, you have a sick child and you're having to travel into the zone regularly, you will not be penalised, and we will leave that up to the hospital's discretion. They will have some permits and they will manage that so that they don't have to worry about registering and all that kind of stuff, because clearly when you're dealing with something like that, you don't want to be worrying about having to go and register. So that's been set up. We've also got support for blue badge holders, which is not just Bristol based, it's across the board. And again, these are all for a year and then they'll be reviewed. And next slide, please. We've also got support for home to school transport, minibuses and coaches, and people attending hospital appointments. So anybody attending a hospital appointments at these specified hospitals will not have to pay a charge either. And again, these are all for a year, and that's the end of the exemptions. But as I say, these have all been sort of proposed. They're in the draft charging order, which has been submitted as part of our FBC. And again, these are all available online. And I think we've got FBC 48 is the charging order, if you wanted to go back and look at that. We've got FBC2, which is the exemption, the exec summary also has these exemptions listed. So if you did want to dive straight into these, and FBC 17 covers the CAF bid, which is the points that Adam just made about mitigating the scheme. So if you want to go through in a bit more detail, those are the documents that you should just sort of go straight to, because I do appreciate there's quite a lot out there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think those with limited time, I'd point you to the exec summary. It's a very good, concise summary of the whole scheme and the work we've done. So what I wanted to move on to was diversionary impacts. I know it's something that Scrutiny in particular and a lot of people have been concerned about, what happens to traffic outside of the zone. So what I've done here is I've taken out an extract from the results table above. I just wanted to highlight really the sort of percentages of improvement that we're looking at on some of the corridors. Now, what I've taken out the ones that are right within the central area, because also obviously the street space schemes we've done with the closure of Bristol Bridge and such like have quite significant impacts on those roads. So I'm trying to focus on areas that are outside the zone, which are maybe less directly impacted by the zone. So Cheltenham Road and Church Road were two obvious ones, but also Newfoundland Way, which is on the approach to the zone, but I think gives a good indication as well. So what I've done there is really just compare the OBC baseline. So what is the, if you like, the do nothing scenario to what happens if we do the scheme. So you can see from the do nothing scenario, Cheltenham Road is 40.1. That's micrograms per meter cubed of NO2. With the scheme in place, it gets 31.5. So we're talking about a 21% reduction in emissions and pollution in that area. Similarly, Church Road at 43.8 going down to 31.9 is a 27% reduction. And Newfoundland Way 50 going down to 33.2 is a 34% reduction. So quite significant reductions in pollution levels. The other point to note, obviously, is the not target, but I suppose the limit level is 40 micrograms. That's the limit that we have to hit to be compliant. So getting below that obviously is the challenge, but also how far below it we are indicates how clean the air is in the area. We're also putting an additional 90 pollution monitoring tubes around the zone to monitor the impacts around the zone. And as we've put in the FBC documents, one of the key kind of outputs and uses of any revenue that is generated will be to invest in livable neighbourhoods around the zone. Now, we appreciate we can't do that in the time we'd like to, i.e. before the zone is in place, because we won't have the income, we won't have an understanding of the income. But there is a commitment there to mitigate the impacts of any diversionary traffic and any pollution impacts from that diversionary traffic as well. I then wanted to focus a bit on some of the roads that were around the zone, to kind of give an explanation of what sort of scale of change we're looking at. So these were some of the roads that we found had the largest changes in traffic flows in 2021 when the zone comes into place. So ranging from kind of 2% on Cottam Hill up to sort of 5% on roads like Midland Road, St Paul's Road and Coronation Road. So not huge changes in traffic. These are what's called annualized average daily traffic. So it's the kind of average day's worth of traffic. That's all 24 hours in a specific road. So the two-way increases, as I say, there's Clifton Suspension Bridge 4.5%, St Paul's Road 5%, Cottam Hill 2%, Lower Ashley Road 2.5%, Midland Road 5%, Bennetts Road 4%, and then within the boundary itself, Coronation Road is probably the only one that really goes up because of the closure of Cumberland Road inbound. So Coronation Road goes up by 5% in terms of traffic volumes. So one of the effects that you'll be seeing from these results is that as traffic moves from areas that are in the zone to areas that are out of the zone to avoid going in the zone, that reduces congestion within the zone. And therefore, when people are deciding which route they're going to take, if they have a compliant vehicle, they're more likely to then take those routes that are now less congested. So overall, the traffic flows don't increase as much as you would think outside of the zone, because there's a bit of a balancing effect of traffic moving into the zone that is compliant. So the final thing we did then, we didn't have points in the model at every single one of these locations, but we did have it in some of the locations. So we just extracted that information to run through what some of the emissions look like. So we had information with specific model points on St Paul's Road, Cottam Hill, Lower Ashley Road, Midland Road and Coronation Road. So in the first line, we have the baseline. So this assumes no scheme. In the second line, we have what happens with the small CASD. And in the third line, we can see what the difference is. Now, these are all 2023 emissions. So in terms of the baseline, that is what happens in 2023, assuming no scheme. So there's two things to look at here, really, which is the change, but also the actual extent of pollution in those roads. So I talked earlier about the canyoning effect that you get in places like Marlborough Street, and that is a huge contributor to the buildup of pollution. So the weather is a good kind of broom that sweeps pollution out of the way, and where areas are more open to the weather and more open to the wind in particular, the pollution can get distributed and dispersed much more easily. You get to a point where essentially you have if you like, a background underlying level of NO2 and pollution across the city. That partly comes from emissions within the city. It partly gets blown in from other locations. So we tend to get worse air quality, for example, when we get winds coming from sort of Birmingham direction, because you tend to get some dirtier air coming from that area. So there's a limit as to how low we can get to some extent. But I think what you can see is that in general, those areas just outside the zone have quite low emissions in the first place. The overall impact on emissions from the zone by 2023 is quite limited. I think it would be reasonable to expect that in 2021 that impact will be slightly higher, but it's still not going to be getting you anywhere near to being not compliant. Probably the most difficult area would be Lower Ashley Road. That's right next to the Junction 3. So it's that section of Lower Ashley Road by Junction 3 of the M32, the St Paul's roundabout. So that does have high emissions at the moment. It is likely to see some additional traffic. The change is still relatively minor. The other point to note with this information is in terms of degrees of certainty, there's obviously a range of how accurate we believe all of our modelling can be, because it's all assumptions and such like. Those roads like St Paul's Road, Cottam Hill, Midland Road, Coronation Road, we feel that they're far enough away from the 40 milligram limit to have a very good degree of certainty that they won't ever exceed that limit as following the scheme implementation. Lower Ashley Road obviously is a bit closer, so we will be monitoring Lower Ashley Road closely to make sure that it's not exceeding, and looking what other measures we could take in that area. So hopefully that explains a bit better about some of the impacts outside of the zone. I would point out as well, we did look at St John's Lane, because I know that's one that often gets brought up. That the traffic change on St John's Lane was predicted to be very small, kind of around about 1%, I believe. So the impacts there weren't expected to be significant. Bear in mind there are two models at work here, the traffic model and the pollution model that then sits on top of it. So finally, I wanted to cover off the financial and economic impacts. So again, these all in the papers that are published. The present value benefit is £24 million over 10 years. And the present value cost is £142 million over 10 years. The majority of that cost comes from two areas. £57 million is the capital cost, and then £43 million is the cost of behavioural responses. So that's the cost of people changing their trip, avoiding the zone, changing their mode of travel, etc. All of those can be costed and turned into a value, which is £43 million over that 10-year period. So those are the two main things that make up the costs. That's the I guess the kind of economic impact, the financial side of it. The net operating position we've estimated at £17 million surplus over 3 years, 34 million over 10 years, but the scheme's unlikely to be in for 10 years. There's a number of sensitivity tests in the FPC papers relating to that position, and what they show is that 17 million pound could go as high as 25 million. It could go as low as nothing. So there are lots of different assumptions made in people's choices about whether they're going to change their mode, change their vehicle, etc. You know, what happens with the economy, how many people keep driving. We've got COVID as well, which is going to impact on vehicle movements. So that is very much an estimated figure at present, and we won't really have much more information on that until the zone comes in play, and we start seeing how many people are going into the zone, how many people are paying fines, etc. So we can't really commit to spending that money until we have a better understanding of what the surplus will be. We can start, working up proposals, but we need to see how the zone actually behaves in reality before we can commit that funding. And getting the zone in place will give us that understanding, because we obviously have models that have modeled what we expect it to look like. If it's matching those models, then we should have more certainty about what's going to happen. With that funding, as I said, we're expecting to invest it in livable neighbourhoods around the edge of the zone. Obviously, we'll need to prioritise areas. We're looking at livable neighbourhoods anyway on a wider kind of city level, and DFT funding that is being made available for walking and cycling, they're putting a fairly heavy slant on wanting people to deliver livable neighbourhoods. So we expect there to be further funding available for livable neighbourhoods in the city over the next 2 to 3 years either way. Obviously, being on the edge of the CAS will be an element that we will use to prioritise where spending happens. The other thing we will look to do as well is invest additional funds into the vehicle grant lane scheme if that ends up being necessary. We need to see how well used that is as well. And we'll also look to invest in any public transport services that we think are particularly beneficial. So we're having discussions with the hospital about what we can do in terms of better services to the hospital. And those discussions are ongoing. I've got a meeting with the hospital in the next few weeks on that. So the next steps, it goes to Cabinet tomorrow. We'll then submit to JACU on Friday, assuming it's approved at Cabinet. And then following that, the direction at present is for all of our measures to be in place by 29th of October 2021. So we have been continuing to work on the implementation side of it, getting the tenders and contracts ready for the cameras and such like, and all the infrastructure. So that work is ongoing to enable us to hit that deadline of 29th of October. I will stop sharing. I can easily bring that up again if there are specific things that people want me to look back at.
Adam, thank you. I have to say we get an intriguing variety of presentations to us, and yours is always so comprehensive and covers so much, and that's really helpful to get this in perspective. So thank you. And also particularly welcome some clarity on the exemptions, which I know was a major concern. I see Anthony and Joe at the moment, so and then Celia. Anthony?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for that. That was very clear, very rapid. Firstly, the slides show up that you have, that you believe that there will be more diverted traffic out of the zone. It will be dirtier traffic because it'll be the people avoiding the zone. That confirms what I feared. The second thing is that you refer in your slides to areas outside the zone not reaching the critical level. I think members have expressed our concerns that it's not the criticality of the level that worries, it's the generality of the level that worries. And if we're going to get more traffic coming out, bringing with it more pollution, the pollution levels will rise. Whether they rise to critical or not is not quite what we're concerned about. It's the fact that they will rise. The next thing is that your focus, and quite rightly, is on pollution. The diversion is going to create a lot more traffic in certain areas, and that traffic is probably going to be heavy and dirty, and it's going to impose problems along roads which are ill-suited for it. So it's not a pollution issue, it's a highways issue, a safety issue, if you like. And the final thing is, and I know a little bit about living neighbourhoods from your very kind help for supporting what I'm trying to do in Cotton, which is on the edge of the zone. The living neighbourhoods means that we're going to be focusing traffic around neighbourhood areas. That, in combination with the fact that we're going to have diverted traffic as well, means that those roads that are identified as those distributor roads, I'm sure that's the wrong term, but the ones where the traffic mainly goes, are going to be under even more stress. And all of those things worry me a lot. And we agreed at the last meeting we'd have a subgroup from this, OSM and the other Scrutiny Commission members to focus on this diversion issue, and I hope that hasn't been forgotten, because I'm increasingly concerned.
So very quickly, if I could ask Democratic Services, could you let Kevin Turpin into the call, because he can assist us a little bit on the pollution levels questions. I think he's in the waiting room. Kevin Turpin, can you see him? So one of the point which I was going to come back on, which hopefully Kevin can assist with when he's in the room, there's a background level of pollution in the city which is caused by various different things in terms of NO2, and I guess the point I was trying to get across with those numbers was that you're actually reasonably close to the background level on some of those roads. So you know, there's only so far we can go without cleaning the overall city air as a whole, which is partly what the scheme will do, but there's lots of other things we need to do to clean our air as a whole. So hopefully when I finish with the explanation, Kevin can come in and just clarify that point. In terms of the traffic flows and volumes, yes, there will be increases around the edge of the zone. They are quite small, like relative increases. They're relatively small, as I say, not generally getting above 5% in 2021. They will be dirtier types of vehicles. There's no kind of two ways around that. The zone does then have that impact on the fleet as a whole, which cleans the fleet as a whole. So you start to see those benefits further out. In terms of the livable neighbourhoods, okay, I can't see him in the waiting room. Helen, I don't know if you can try and contact him. So in terms of livable neighbourhoods, the experience from Waltham Forest, and there was a paper I saw just the other day actually that came out that showed that reduction in car ownership of around 6% where you put livable neighbourhoods in. So while you expect there to be that increase in traffic on the roads that are the outside roads of livable neighbourhoods, it's not necessarily borne out in Waltham Forest. I know they found some roads it was, and in other roads it wasn't, and overall there was a reduction in trips in general. I guess the other point to bear in mind is it's all about, I suppose, the overall exposure. So, you know, if you walk through one cloud of pollution on your way into a field, that's very different to spending your whole day in a cloud of pollution. So one of the really important things about the changes to the city centre is obviously a lot of people spend a lot of time in that city centre area, and the street space schemes in particular have drastically reduced the levels of pollution within that whole central area. In the same way with livable neighbourhoods, I think, yes, you might get some additional pollution on those outer roads that border the streets, but the vast majority of the livable neighbourhood area should see reduced pollution. And in the same way, we should be seeing reduced pollution across the city by the fleet cleaning itself up overall. So that background level is hopefully improving bit by bit. So it is about that kind of overall exposure. And, you know, ideally we'd have zero levels, but we've got an awfully long way to get to before we get to zero levels of pollution.
Thank you. What a joy to have clear answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony. I've got Joe and Celia, but I'm going to take Steve Clark before you because I know Steve's got to go fairly shortly. So, Steve.
Thank you, Chair. Adam, so I'm getting quite a lot of questions about North Street and the displacement into North Street. Are you able to provide numbers, not now, but at request for roads outside of the zone, such as North Street, the increase in traffic and thereby the increase in pollution?
Yeah, we can do that, yeah. So I did specifically ask about St John's Lane just before the meeting because I realised that's one that's been brought up previously, and the change in traffic flows was quite low. But certainly, yeah, we can get you a response on North Street about if we have receptors there, which I imagine we do because it's a fairly key road. So I would think we would have results on North Street.
Okay, thank you. If you could note that request, that'd be great. If somebody could note that request, thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Steve. So Joe, and then Celia.
Okay, got a few things. First thing is just a comment about the way we were presented with the documents, and I know this has already sort of been raised, but I have to say, trying to sort of show you this, I don't think you can see, but that list of documents is probably illegible. I don't know why I bothered doing that, but it is just very, very difficult to navigate through that, and I do feel that when we're dealing with something as technical as this, it needs to be laid out, formatted, or whatever in a better way. Regarding just some issues that have come up for me, and actually residents have raised. The last time we had a briefing, there was a discussion about the Portway, and actually it was Celia that reminded me because she made a note about Portway having there's a workaround road south, the A369, but obviously there was mention that there were some of my residents were a bit worried that the Portway, that the CAS started when you got on the Portway from Sylvan Way. Now, I knew that wasn't the case, but there obviously is a little bit of confusion there. But there are some issues around the idea that if you go down a road and there's a point where there's a kind of point of no return, even if you're not technically in the zone, and you talk about signage, and I think it's going to be really important to make sure that people really understand what their options are. So if you go down Sylvan Way and realise, I'm come off onto the Portway from Sylvan Way, and you go, no, I think I'm just about to go into the CAS zone, I don't want to do that, then the option is to come off and go back up Bridge Valley Road, which is not a desirable outcome because Bridge Valley Road is one of the most congested points along the Portway. It causes so much congestion. So you can imagine if you had loads of people suddenly realise that they'd got to turn right, do that really sharp left up to Bridge Valley Road, and then have to go all the way back around to get to Sea Mills in order to avoid paying, So that was that issue. I think that needs to be sort of looked at a bit. Then there was the issue of the Cabot Circus car park. Now, I wouldn't have raised this because I raised it before, and I got an email from somebody actually in response to my comments from the Clean Air Alliance, and they were sort of saying that they thought I'd made a good point, and they did mention that they were concerned that Cabot Circus might abuse the opportunity by selling car parking to commuters and using it as a perk for their own commuting staff. Now, I don't know if that is really an issue, but I thought it was something that was worth raising. And also that the idea was that if it's meant to be for people to use the shopping centre, do they really need to get there before 10 o'clock? So I don't know whether there's any way you can put any kind of sort of restriction on what time you can use the car park without incurring a charge. I don't know whether that is an option. I just thought it was something that was worth mentioning. And then the final thing, you mentioned Lower Ashley Road. Now, my understanding is that Lower Ashley Road is like one of those roads that used to be one road, but is two roads because it's split by the M32. And I wanted to, first of all, know which side of Lower Ashley Road you were referring to, or whether that was the whole of the road, partly because we have lost or are losing big maple trees on one side, which do provide a canopy and protection for the people that live and work in that area. But also, it's one of the most deprived parts of the city, of the inner city. And I worry that any increase, however small, is not really something we should see as an acceptable thing. You know, we've got people with young children, elderly people living in that area who, you know, you talk about the centre being a, you know, a place that people spend a long time in. What about people in residential areas? So I just think that is not a huge, I'm not terribly happy about that. I'm not the ward councillor or anything, but, you know, I know the area from my days when I used to work near there. So I just wondered what you felt about that. Thanks.
Okay, so on the documents issue, yeah, it's a hugely complicated project. There's a huge amount of documents. I'm the technical lead, and you know, I've had to be kind of going through all the technical papers. It's been quite a challenge. Yeah, I think, you know, it's difficult as to how best to present it. I think if there are specific things you're interested in, if you want to contact the team, and we can direct you to which papers are most relevant to your interest, your area of interest. In terms of the car parking, most car parks already provide a form of season ticket or ability for people that are commuting to pay to park. That already happens across most car parks, including council car parks. So, you know, we can't control what private car park operators do. I think from a caveat perspective, it's certainly their interest would be about getting people into the city to make use of the facilities and such like. I can't speak for them, but you know, they have a very large car park that isn't full all day. I don't think those spaces would necessarily be blocked up by anyone parking there for the day for working reasons. As I say, they're a private operator, so there's a limit to what we can do regarding that. The final point about Lower Ashley Road, it is the north side of Lower Ashley Road, so the approach to the roundabout coming down from Sussex Place direction, so to where those trees are. I would point out, I suppose, the pollution levels do drop off the further you move away from the pollution emitter. So there's a high build up around where the pollution is emitted, and then it dissipates again as the weather kind of blows it and spreads it out a bit. So those reductions do happen the further you get away. That area is always a problem. You know, it's a direct access to the motorway, one of very few points that cross the city, and kind of one of the knock-on impacts, I suppose, of having a route like the M32 that comes right into town like that, is that it creates that division and means all the traffic gets focused onto 2 points, a similar sort of effect that you get around junction 2. Both those areas are really challenging for us in terms of managing the traffic. They're quite narrow, they're very heavily trafficked, and it's very difficult to do a great deal about it. You know, cleaning up the fleet as a whole obviously helps. The fact that it's on the edge of the zone means that there are some diversionary routes through there. It's an area we'll be monitoring. We already monitor, and we will continue to monitor. So if we need to take further actions in that area, then we will look to take further action in that area.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Joe. Celia.
Thank you very much. So I'm just going to ask a question about the diversionary impacts and then the sort of unintended consequences. I mean, I think probably Stephen's question is similar to mine. It's about what happens in the very local sort of BS3 area. I'm thinking particularly of Ashton Vale, Ashton Gate, or all around those areas. Can we please add the A369, which is the Canning Road, to the list of roads for traffic management, actually, not just pollution, because that is the workaround. If you live in that side, Ashton Vale, Ashton side of Bristol, if you want to go to Southmead Hospital and you have a non-compliant car, you will have to use that route. And that is the questions that have been raised to me from local people. I have to say, most people in BS3 support the CAS. They think it's a good idea. And the other unintended consequence, of course, is that people will park in our area in the BS3 and possibly 4, but 3 areas, to then use public transport. And we already have a parking issue, which I think is well known, well documented. And can we please link up with the Highways team to bring forward schemes that are already proposed? We'd be really grateful. Thank you.
So in terms of the A369 area, we've also had discussions with North Somerset about this. Yes, you know, that's obviously a kind of an obvious diversion route. So if we need to put in traffic management measures to improve safety or you know, stop speeding vehicles, etc., through that area, then that's certainly something that we'll be happy to look into. As part of the packages. In terms of BS3 issues in terms of parking, we are working on at present some options around match day parking and junction protection for the area. There is no plans to bring forward significant additional RPSs at present, but there will be some proposals brought forward in due course about particularly the kind of corner protection and some of the issues around the football stadium that are developed to try and reduce some of those issues with parking in that area.
But I thought the traffic regulation orders for the corner protection was already complete, in that we were just waiting for the, you know, the actual lines, basically.
Yeah, that scheme it's moving forward. We have to get things signed off with the football stadium as well in terms of the funding that pays for it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Celia. Adam, a few questions.
So Jeff, if I just very quickly, I was going to say Kevin is now on the call, so at some point we can go back to him to ask about the background pollution levels when you've done with your other questions.
Okay. So I welcome the exemptions, but when I look through them and see the exemptions for the hospitals, and particularly for outpatient visitors, the whole thing looked a little bit unwieldy. And particularly I had concern, we raised way back when this first came up, about those with very poorly children, taking them in for urgent treatment at Children's Hospital, for example, but it could be others with A&E cases. Will they have to respond the day that they've registered in those cases to register their exemption and claim everything? I fear that may be a challenge too much for people dealing with a traumatic situation. I see the exemption for low income, and it says P60 is evidence. Does that mean that it's only earned income or benefits that are taken account of and other income not taken account of? And does that not apply to people who might be on low other income but don't have any earned income? And the final one is from me is also following on from Joe's comments about the Portway. I have concerns about the displacement of heavy goods vehicles deciding to turn off at Sylvan Way because they have realised that that's their last point of return, because they won't be able to turn up Bridge Valley. And then they're going to be going through a large area of North Bristol to get to where they originally wanted to go to. And what has been the assumptions made there, and what mitigations are there in place to protect those wards that will be affected by significant amounts of additional traffic?
So if I'll pick up that last point first, and then I'll hand over to Abby to deal with the questions about the exemptions in the hospital. You know, I think with any scheme like this, and we've seen it a lot with Bristol Bridge, when you make changes like this, there's always that period where people are getting used to the changes and you will get unusual traffic movements. We have the £6 million in the bid for the promotion exercises, so getting in touch with people, raising awareness, trying to stop that happening before it happens, if you like. We will have detailed signage on all the approaches to make it clear to people where the zone begins, where the zone ends, etc. I think even with all that, there will, as ever, be some people that claim not to be aware and end up taking these routes inadvertently. As with livable neighbourhoods, I wouldn't just say we would only do livable neighbourhoods. If there are specific problems being generated by, particularly I think the larger vehicles going through neighbourhood areas, then schemes can be drawn up to mitigate the impacts of those, whether it be weight limits or other things to stop those vehicles taking inappropriate routes. Livable neighbourhoods is one approach to deal with that. There are other ways of dealing with it, and I wouldn't want to not deal with those things just because we can't take a wider approach in a particular area. So we can certainly look at dealing with those issues when they become apparent. It's going to be difficult to deal with them beforehand. We're going to need to try and rely on the signage and the information campaign as best as possible to get people to follow the appropriate routes. Abby, if you want to pick up the 2 exemptions.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, to go back to your first point about the exemptions being a bit unwieldy and concerns about those with poorly children, you get a period of time before you enter the zone where you can register, and a period after you've entered the zone where you can register afterwards. So it's not as if you have to do it explicitly on the day you're going to travel. Clearly, if you have to rush into hospital with a poorly child, you will be exempt, and you don't have to prove that on the day at that time when you've clearly got other things on your mind. With all the exemptions, we've just put forward the initial proposal at the moment, so it does depend what government agree to, and then also we've got a lot of finer detail to work through. We've got to look at each individual exemption, how exactly we're going to manage that, which is a piece of work that we're still undertaking at this time. So what we want to do is try and make it as easy as possible by using existing systems. So the existing system for My Permits, which handles a lot of the sort of traffic management in the city at the moment, we want to try and utilise that, so that therefore this is something that people are already familiar with. But as I say, we'll be doing a huge comms piece as well, going out and making sure that before the scheme goes live, that we explain to people adequately exactly what all of this means. At the moment it appears very technical, and that's because it is. It's a report that has to sort of fit the needs of the Joint Air Quality Unit government, so that they can see the evidence they need. As soon as we get that approved, clearly we can put it into a lot more understandable language. And Adam's presentation sort of summarises that, how easy it is just to sort of put it in a bit clearer language. So, and then the other point you note was about low income. Again, we're still working through all the details of how exactly that's going to work out and the terms and conditions of exactly what all of that means. But at the moment, we've got the basic framework agreed from which we can work from. So we can take all of these points into consideration.
Okay, thank you, Abby. I'm going to take Paula, and before I go to Anthony, I'll give Kevin a chance to respond on background information. And then I propose to conclude on this item. So Paula?
Well, I want to ask a very quick question and then a longer one. I think I read somewhere in all those papers this morning that 75% of cars are compliant. And I just wanted to know whether I made that up or whether that was actually true. And the second point I wanted to make was about the fast track measures. I think that a lot of people are focusing on the cars because, that's a real thing to really look at. And I know a lot of residents that I speak to think that the Cumberland Road is being closed because it's being repaired, and they're not really aware of the fact that that's part of the measures, that it's going to remain one way. And responding to what the member of the public said earlier, slightly ironic that she would say about there being no CAS zone in Clifton, because it is actually going to affect Clifton quite a lot, because we need to, anybody trying to get down onto the Hoshwell Road or coming up the Portway and bringing traffic up Bridge Valley Road. So I think that's really why I wanted to be able to reassure. I was thinking about, how am I going to put this message out to my residents? And I really want to know what percentage of cars are actually compliant, because I think that, and what you said about the displacement of traffic and pollution levels and all of that, that was all really very valuable and interesting. So thank you for that. So I think that those are my questions, really.
Yeah, so the data is, as with everything, is an estimate. So we've done ANPR surveys of vehicles in the city. There's also national databases that feed into the assumptions that are made. And if you look through the papers, it starts in like 2013, 2015, and then estimates what the makeup of the fleet will look like. I believe the estimate is about 28% of all vehicles will be non-compliant, and cars is somewhere around that number, maybe slightly lower, but yeah, around between 25 and 30% is the non-compliant expected rate for cars. So you know, that's quite important to bear in mind. The other thing that's also useful to bear in mind is the predicted behavioural responses. So not all of those vehicles decide that they're going to drive around the zone. Some choose to pay to enter the zone. Some choose to upgrade their vehicles, some choose to take other modes of transport, others abandon their trip entirely, and then some of them will divert around the zone to avoid it. So that's why when you get to those numbers at the end, numbers of actual increases in diversionary traffic end up relatively small, because it's a small number kind of getting chipped away at, if you like. The Cumberland Road, so yeah, it's 29% of vehicles, yeah. The Cumberland Road, the road was closed because of the chocolate path collapsing and the various highway works that needed to be done. The proposals to close it were actually in place before the road collapsed. We have tried to trial it as widely as we can. The actual closure itself, we don't have an exact spot for it. Our expectation is it'll be somewhere around where the current bus gate is, which is just to the east of Gas Ferry Road. So that provides good access in and out for the businesses to the Cumberland Basin. The final location will be discussed with all the businesses and residents that are in Spike Island. So we will liaise with them, and the aim is for it to come into place when the closure is removed for the highway works at the moment. In terms of the point about the zone doesn't cover Clifton, I mean, the zone only really covers Coronation Road in Southville. The impact obviously is on people's trips from all over the city in terms of what routing options they have. Now, I think obviously to the north of the zone there is probably better access to some of the motorway corridors than from the south of the zone. But then again, if you're out to the east of the city, for example, you have good access to the ring road and to the motorway network. So it is quite variable. It has impacts all over the city, and there hasn't been any specific attempt to include or exclude particular residential areas, mainly because it doesn't really impact on compliance at all. So there's very little point including specific residential areas within the zone, because that's not where all of the vehicles are going, and therefore it doesn't impact on the compliance of the zone. The main aim has been to include the main routes through the city to drive compliance on those key routes.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Thanks very much. And also, I think the signs look really nice. I think they look good.
Pass that on to the team. I'm sure they'll be happy. I know they've put a huge amount of work into it, because they've also had to been working on the medium CAS-C zones as well, in case we need to implement that. So there's a huge amount of work for the team, not all of which is gets taken to fruition. So I know it's been a major project for them. So Kevin, I know you're on the call now. I was just wanting to pick up an earlier point, to just understand what the kind of background NO2 pollution levels are in general across the city, because obviously ideally you'd like to be talking about noughts, but I wanted to give people a feel of what the differences are between sort of 40, 20 and 0. How far away is that from background pollution that we're seeing across the cities? I was wondering if you could update on that.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Yeah, I could give you a bit of background. So our base year, our projection year was 2021, and so we have to use DEFRA background tools to enable us to project what the background is in that baseline projection year 2021 and our modelling year 2023. But so in the opening year, if we're looking at 2021, the background concentrations NO2 range from about 15 up to around 19 micrograms per meter cubed. So around the city centre, for example, it's around that 18 micrograms to 19 micrograms in the base year. So the headway, that up to 40, you limit value is another 20 micrograms. Over and above that, over 20 micrograms up to the contribution coming from the road sources themselves. So does that answer your question? Is that? Yeah,
that's exactly what I was after. So just to reference that back to what was discussed previously, where we have figures that are around 20 to 25, the additional specific pollution you're getting in that area is kind of between 0 and 5, or between 5 and 10 micrograms extra over and above the background pollution level of 15. Now that 15 to 18 obviously is influenced by a number of factors, and you would hope that with things like the clean air zone, cleaner vehicles in general, that background level hopefully will improve over time as well. It's just really to give you a feel of the kind of differentials in pollution that we're talking about.
Thank you, Adam. So if I can just highlight what I'm planning to do now. Anthony has indicated he wants to speak again, and Anthony will be the last speaker on this item. I will then try and summarise where we are. I will then suggest that we agree the time frame for the rest of the meeting, but I'm suggesting a comfort break followed by the presentation on cleaning and security services. So that's how I'm hoping to go. So Anthony, I'm hoping you can start off by being brief, please.
Very brief, just relation to something that Adam just said. Two of our options are weight limits and signage. I'm optimistic about that for outlying areas, but two of your officers have quite expressly told me that we are not allowed to do this in Bristol. It's a government thing. I tried to do it in Kingsdown, where we got some serious problems, and they said it could not be done. Are you saying that under this, under the clean air legislation, we in Bristol will be given more options to do those things?
In terms of weight limits?
Weight limits and signage.
Okay, I would have to go away and check what that is. I'm not 100% expert on it, but I guess my expectation is that weight limits can be used to stop vehicles using unnecessary through routes that you wouldn't want them to use.
That's what I thought, but two of your officers, I'm not going to name names, expressly said it could not be done, and one of them actually took the trouble to check the legislation.
Okay, I will check that with them. If we can't use weight limits, then we can look to use other changes to mitigate those impacts. I think the concern obviously is that heavy goods and also probably more to the point light goods vehicles will start using some routes quite regularly. So if we see that happening, that's where we'll need to take action and get them back onto the major routes. And if we can't do a weight limit, it might just be a simple case of closing that route. And that's where livable neighbourhoods comes into play as well, that actually closing those routes might be a more effective way of managing that issue.
Okay,
I think the trouble with
back to me on that, please.
Yeah, I will certainly. I mean, the trouble with weight limits is they're very difficult to enforce, and only the police can really enforce them. So if there are better ways of doing it, then we would take those ahead of weight limits either way.
A quick word of warning: don't trust the parking permit system for getting you out of trouble. I deal with problems in that every week. It's a difficult process, so watch out for that. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Anthony. So members, I'm going to now try and summarise so that Joe can take notes to make sure that it goes in the submission to Cabinet. If you disagree with anything I say, please do comment at the end. The first thing I wanted us to say was that we welcome the clarity of presentation, which helped us to comprehend the complexity and volume of reports that we had to try and digest. But I want that to be very positive, because Adam and the team have done us proud on that. I wanted to emphasize the point I think that someone made earlier, that we're all agreed on the importance of clean air. So I don't want anything that we say to appear to suggest that we don't think that. I wanted us to welcome, on balance, the exemptions, although recognising more detail is still needed, but to express ongoing concern about the impact of displacement, and without going into significant detail, recognising that both South Bristol in terms of Bedminster and Southville, and North Bristol in respect of Southmead and Horfield, there were concerns of the impact of additional traffic, and in fact you can add Avonmouth and Lawrence Weston to that as well. So I think we should record that. and concerns about pollution and safety issues on the routes being used, and that we consider there will be a need to plan for mitigation to help those affected areas as the zone is implemented. Members, is that a fair reflection? I think, Joe, we want it to be a positive statement. So perhaps I've sounded a little negative there, and I don't think that is the message we want to convey. So I'm hoping that between you and the scrutiny team, you can apply your usual magic to turning that into the sort of positive statement that we want to go. Members happy along those lines?
Jeff, could I just add one thing? If living neighbourhoods, I'm happy with that, is going to be part of the longer solution, then we need to know more about that as early as possible.
Yeah. Okay, we can have that as well. Joe.
Just that some of my points about this issue with Sylvan Way, it wasn't just about the traffic going back up the Bridge Valley Road, it was about congestion getting worse on the Portway. So I just think it's that issue of making congestion work, potentially making congestion worse because of that, and the what might need to be done to kind of have an impact on that.
Yeah, indeed. I was trying to encompass that without being too lengthy, but yeah, point noted. Okay, thank you, members, and thank you to everybody who's and in fact, if I just add something as I'm about to say this, because if I look at the number of times this matter has been to scrutiny, I do recognise it's beyond the call of duty of those officers who kept presenting to us, and we do really appreciate the way we've been involved and included in this. And I'm glad Kai's here to hear me expressing that comment to the team as well, because it has been, we feel, a really constructive process. So thank you for that. Members, I'm suggesting that we have a 5-minute comfort break before going to the cleaning and security services item. That's entirely selfish, as I feel the absolute need to get up and have a stretch, and that as well, Joe. Yeah, thank you. So are members happy that we have a 5-minute break?
Sorry, can I just say, I thought this meeting is finished at 3:30, and I've made an appointment. I'm actually going to get my vaccine, so it's not as if I'm just not willing to stay on, but I do need to go and get it now that I've booked it in. So I'll have to leave.
Paulie, of course you have to go. I have to say, I've taken the view the issues being discussed at this meeting were of such significance I wasn't prepared to cut members short, and that means we've run on.
If I could say that just about the FM contract, at HR last week, I proposed that we write to Craig to ask for it to be pulled, because especially regarding the TUPE regulations, we needed more information. And now I know that that's been pulled, so that's going to obviously come back to HR and have a fuller scrutiny.
But just to confirm, the discussion I've had with Craig Cheney is that he would welcome us discussing this today, and wants our feedback. So that we will do. But I'm also aware that not you had it in your before I disappear. Yeah, can I just say I'm also aware that we've had Mike Jackson with us for the whole of our session from the start of Mayor's question time, and Mike, whilst I would like you to stay with us, I fully understand if you have other pressures on your time, and feel the need to leave us as we've overrun.
Chair,
So
I'm keen to be here for the FM discussion, so I'll rejoin you when you restart.
If you can, that will be very much appreciated. So members, according to my computer, it's 15:23. So can we reconvene at 15:30?
And if I could just say that if anybody wants to say anything, because I'll obviously be in the HR meeting where it's taken to scrutiny. So if anybody, if anybody has any minutes or anything for me to ask, I can take that on forward. But I'm sorry, but I just can't stay.
Yeah,
Apologies.
fully. But no, go and enjoy it.
Take care. Bye bye, everybody. Thank you very much.
See you all shortly. If you're there, love, I've got a 7-minute break. Right, Joe, are we ready to go? Yep. Okay.
Yes, sorry, yeah.
Yep, right.
Yeah.
In which case we will reconvene on item 10, which is the clean air, sorry, not the clean air zone, is the delivery of cleaning and security services. Can I thank you all for waiting so patiently whilst we have gone through the other items on the agenda. The reason we put this on at this stage was so that if questions are asked that need to slip into confidential session, we can do that on the end bit of the meeting. As I hope has been explained to those who are presenting on this issue, members were somewhat disadvantaged in that the confidential cabinet report was put up in such a way that it remained truly confidential because none of us could actually read it. So we won't know whether we're erring into confidential matters or not because we didn't know what it was we were meant to keep confidential. And it only became available to us from the start of our meeting way back much earlier this morning. So you will have to bear with us. And that was the reason why I have suggested that we start off with, I think it's John, are you starting to present us with a brief outline from the council's point of view, and then we will go on to a more specific 5-minute presentation from the waste company's point of view. Yeah. And I've asked officers to assume we haven't managed to fully digest all the papers, given that we've had slight challenges in gaining access. So I'm trusting that members are happy if we follow that route. So John, if I hand over to you in the first instance.
Yes, thanks.
Lead off. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so just to give you a bit of the history then. Back in 2018, the Commercialisation Directorate within the council did a bit of work with Bristol Waste to establish if facilities management services were viable to be transferred to Bristol Waste. It was only a little bit of work, I will say that. The Commercialisation Directorate subsequently was disbanded, so the work, a lot of their services transferred into my area. So we took this work on in February in 2019, and David Martin and myself, who's on the call, who's the head of facilities management, we looked at the possibility of that transfer. We went through a due diligence process in terms of the potential to transfer areas such as cleaning, security, building maintenance, print and mail, office accommodation, etc. The viability of transferring those into Bristol Waste, and we were looking at that as opposed to doing an outsourcing arrangement. It was all about Bristol Waste is our technical company and is an experienced operator within this field. So it was to check whether that was a viable option or whether we'd continue doing it internally. So I set up a board as well, and the board included members of staff from legal, finance, procurement, IT and HR. And there was also a separate board, a joint executive board made up of Tony and Frank from Bristol Waste, plus myself and David. And we were working constantly throughout the year on it. And when I say constantly, I'm only saying that because there was 1 or 2 comments last week about this being sort of nilly-willy. There's been a huge amount of work gone into getting to the point where we're at now. And we were working on the operational and financial viability of the possibility of this transfer. So in October this year, the board made a unanimous decision to agree to transfer or look at the option of transferring security and cleaning to Bristol Waste, none of the other services, just those 2. Only on the basis that Bristol Waste would need to produce a business case to show that it would work and how it would work. And following that, then we would be required to produce a cabinet report explaining, what we were recommending should happen. And this has all been produced, and as you know, the cabinet report was due to go tomorrow, but was deferred. Now, once we were aware that back in September, when we were thinking there is a possibility we might be looking at doing something, we've begun consultations with all the staff. So that we have constantly consulted with all staff since September, including one-to-ones where anybody wants them, constant communication programs, group meetings. The unions, unfortunately, haven't taken part in that. They've attended one or two but walked out, which is unfortunate, but you know, that's their choice. So we've been doing that throughout, and also during the period when the decision was taken to look at the viability of the transfer, and then we produced the cabinet report. Rather than wait 6 or 7 weeks for it to go to cabinet, we then started work on the contract. And that might, you know, it might, if nothing goes through, then that work won't be used. But however, the contract, one of the main things in it is the protection of staff, the protection of the terms and condition, but going over and above what you normally would, because they are our staff, but they are transferring to our council-owned company. And one of the things that I'm absolutely clear on, and I've been clear on it from the very, very beginning, is that we won't agree or allow any of the terms and conditions of our staff to be affected as a result of this contract, and they will be protected throughout the life of the contract over and above what you would normally expect within TUPE. So that's really where, you know, a brief outline of where we're at. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, David, but we've, you know, I think I'm very confident that we've done a very robust and professional job from our end, and we are 100% looking after the staff with what we're doing.
I'm happy to add something if I have time. If I have a couple of minutes, then I'm more than happy to. Yeah, so I'll just kind of go on the back of what John said then, and obviously completely support what he's saying and add a bit to it. So in terms of the reason for the proposals, we're looking at this as an opportunity to improve service delivery through co-sourcing with a company wholly owned by the council. Now, this co-sourcing approach allows us to retain strategic oversight of the services through a joint executive board. It also allows us to address historic performance issues with the services and introduce a better service delivery model, which focuses on improving customer satisfaction and consistency in service delivery. It is also an opportunity to expand the services to third parties, creating a surplus for Bristol, and there are currently good opportunities for commercial growth in this sector. In terms of the proposals themselves, they offer investment in the people with plans for additional headcount, meaning that some savings can be achieved from a lack of reliance on subcontractors. They also look at the provision of specialist equipment, improved levels of training, the introduction of apprenticeship programs, improved promotional opportunities, better levels of supervision, and they have an excellent health and safety record and relevant accreditations. What I wanted to do as well today was just touch on equalities and diversity and my perception of Bristol Waste's approach with that. And I think they've got a robust and active policy that fully supports equality and diversity for the people of Bristol and its service teams. They already employ a large and diverse workforce that is involved in service delivery and management. They have an active programme of recruitment that provides continuous opportunity for people. So this item is a natural extension of their policy and activities in this area. Implementation includes a number of features such as language training, recruitment, selection, employment opportunities, employee assistance programs. They play a leading role in the Step Up mentoring program as well, which you'll be aware of. They have a range of standard operating procedures to support equality and diversity, and as an organisation they aim to represent a diverse culture and communities of Bristol. So in addition to a diverse workforce, they also promote an inclusive environment where people's differences are valued, in which everyone feels like they belong and they're able to perform to their full potential. And their diversity and inclusion working group has an endorsed D&I strategy, and it is working on a number of initiatives and actions to support this strategy. I'd like to talk quickly, if I may, about the consultation and communication. John covered it really well. So the full consultation, an initial one on the proposal only, took place before Christmas. One-to-ones were offered, drop-in sessions, various group sessions, regular communications, including cascades in different languages to ensure all officers were kept up to date. There was a good level of engagement with staff, which was evidenced by the amount of questions responded to in the Q&A documents which were circulated. The employee communication was sent to all potential transferees, giving assurances on the protections around the transfer as well, should it go ahead. The formal GP consultation will take place if the council decides to proceed with this, and there'll be a full onboarding programme which will be initiated to ensure a seamless transfer and address any potential concerns and issues prior to such a transfer. And this will also include mechanisms to measure and manage staff welfare during the process. And very, very quickly, the protections on transferring colleagues, potentially transferring colleagues, contractual terms and conditions and HR policies would transfer, the contractual elements of the HR policy. LGPS members would continue in the pension scheme. The right to be a member of the LGPS, as well for those that aren't, is also retained for employees who have opted out of the LGPS at the point of transfer and would continue in perpetuity after the transfer. The annual leave entitlement accrued would transfer as well. And as John mentioned there, the contract would define further protection for the duration of the contract over and above 2p. And also the right to return to BCC would be enshrined in their terms and conditions should Bristol Waste ever cease to be operational or if a future administration closes the company. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. So who are we looking to now for the are we looking to you, Tony, or
yes, yeah, I'll say a few words. Thank you. I think David and John have covered everything pretty well. But from our point of view, hopefully you've all seen the business case, which highlights how we're looking at using a modern integrated approach to run the contract. That's if it's transferred, if it's agreed. A little bit of history from our side. We started talking and offered our FM expertise about 18 months ago when John and David were looking at ways to improve the service. And as they both said, we've worked really closely with them over the last 18 months and believe we've come up with a solution that, you know, from our point of view, will look after the teams. It will improve the service and just as importantly, it'll improve the surplus, which either gets reinvested back into the business or passed back to BCC for other uses. And as they've both said, this was scrutinised. The whole process has been scrutinised at every stage along the way. Our proposal is based really on through life savings and service improvements. If I can just highlight some of the ways we can do this, the real details in the proposal. But firstly, and most importantly, by training the staff and using modern equipment and modern working practices. We also propose to move away from single service providers and suppliers. We intend to use a dynamic purchasing system where the prices are current and they're benchmarked, and it gives good value for money. So we have a choice of at least 3 suppliers that compete for each order. There have been concerns raised around redundancies. I think they've just mentioned that. Just to reassure you, we want to directly employ more staff and reduce the subcontracted out work as happens at the moment. This has got the advantage of prioritising our work with our own teams who will wholly be employed by Bristol Workplace. So they're not subcontractors, so they won't be subject to, as they are possibly now, 0-hour contracts or inconsistent shifts. We also, as David mentioned, want to include an apprenticeship scheme. We run one now with Bristol Waste that's very, very successful. And the question has been asked earlier, you know, why can't BCC do this with their own staff? And in our opinion, they are. You know, we're wholly owned by BCC and feel completely integrated with the council. So by working together, from our point of view, it is a BCC solution, and all the benefits that come from this co-source solution are in the interests ultimately of BCC. Proposal just to also add social value we bring to Bristol. Using the BCC matrix, we currently are forecast to add over 27 million in social value to Bristol this coming financial year. So if this proposal is agreed, then obviously the more we use local suppliers and labour, the higher that social value figure will rise for the city. And just finally, really, we talk about how apprehensive the staff have been. So it's really a plea from us that hopefully we can reach a decision over the coming weeks and let the staff know as soon as possible, just try and reduce some of their concerns. We're having lots of feedback, you know, people are concerned, some are looking forward to it, some aren't, and it would be really great to bottom this out and reassure the staff exactly what the plan is going forward. So just a gentle plea from myself.
Thank you, Tony. Right. Members, I've got Joe and then Anthony. Joe.
Yeah, I just don't know where to start with this one. I have got so many concerns. I've expressed them at HR. I've also expressed them. I had them ready to express at Cabinet as well. And I just want to take issue with some of the things that have been said around, I think one of the things about Bristol Waste is that Bristol Waste was set up to allow us to deliver the waste management service that our residents need, right? That was a primary concern of Bristol Waste, because prior to that, the contracts that we'd awarded contracts to various companies and none of them had really been able to deliver, okay? Now, one of the side issue, one of the sort of positive side effects is this 20% additional business that we can take outside of the council under the TECL rules. And my understanding was that was always about us using the primary business of waste management and tackling that, not bringing in not sort of diversifying the business. Now, I'm not necessarily saying diversification is wrong, but when you talk about how all the people that are going to come into work join Bristol Waste will be able to go back to the council, and that everybody will have the same you'll have the same benefits. What you're forgetting, well, not forgetting, but not mentioning, is the fact that the people who worked for Bristol Waste when it was set up, or who came in, were all previously employed by other companies. They didn't work for the council, and maybe some people were brought in to provide support for, but the reality is we're still a client. And those people who work for Bristol Waste, i.e. the guys that come and collect our bins and do all of that work, were always on different contracts. So what you've now got is this additional business that you've set up to do cleaning and security. And you've employed your own people, and you've started picking up contracts with other providers, which kind of presumably you can do under the TECL rules. And now, in order to make that more profitable, you need to be able to take on our business as well. Now, I say our business because our employees are Bristol City Council employees. The people who work for Bristol Waste, most of them were not Bristol City Council employees, and they would admit that themselves. The point I'm making is that you will then have a two-tier system where you will have staff who are on Bristol, who have basically the equivalent of a Bristol City Council set of terms and conditions, and then you will have a group of people who don't, and that includes the people that you've recruited to do the cleaning work that you're doing now. Those people, what's going to happen to them if as you say, this is the people who get TUPE'd across have it enshrined in their contract that they can go back to the council? What happens to the other people that you've recruited? What happens to the people that you recruit in addition, that you say you're going to recruit, who are effectively doing council work for the council? They won't have that, will they? They'll end up being the ones that get chucked down the pan. And or they'll have to come and try and negotiate to come back to work for us. So I don't think it's as clear cut as you say it is. And then around the stuff around technical equipment and training and career progression and whatever, there is no reason, as far as I can see, that any of that can't happen as these people continuing to work for Bristol City Council. So I don't think any of the arguments you're using really wash. And it isn't. And then the other thing I wanted to say in response to what John has said, you're very quick to emphasise how everybody is so keen to do this, how all the staff members are keen to do this. I hear differently from the unions, and then you say that the unions are flounced out of meetings. Would you say that the unions are not representing their employees? Well, sorry, their members. Is that because that is what I'm inferring from what you're saying? Is you're claiming that the unions are not doing their job and they're not representing their employees because their members are all desperate to move over to Bristol Waste and become Bristol Waste employees, but and the unions are stopping them from doing that, that's to me what you're suggesting. Anyway, I've got a ton of other stuff, but I'll give way now.
Well, I'll answer that. I didn't infer that. What I said was we invited staff into meetings and we invited the unions to the meetings, and the unions walked out of the meetings. That's all I said. How you infer that is up to you.
If I can pick up on the terms and conditions part as well, Joe. We already have people that moved across from the council on council T's and C's and have been for years and still have LGPS pensions and still have council terms and conditions.
I just would say, though, in response to that, there's terms and conditions and there's working practices. And the working practices, there's something that is very, very concerning is around the management of sickness, and the fact that there is a trend towards trying to sack people more quickly because they're and I can't remember what it's called. Is it the Bradford system?
Bradford factor.
This is something that apparently is causing a lot of concern to people. I mean, I do understand, and this is obviously a separate issue, that there is a desire to move towards reducing the amount of time between someone going off sick and someone getting fired in the council, but that's obviously a separate issue. At this stage, for people to move in, and also the other issue is work-life balance. That work-life balance in Bristol City Council is considered quite an important part of most staff. Most members of staff's, kind of working life, and my understanding is that's not the case at Bristol Waste, and I think that is something that we cannot let. People can't just lose that. So yeah, I mean, terms and conditions, working policies. There are real concerns.
I think a couple of things there, Joe. When we talk about the Bradford factor, we do have a framework very similar to BCC. We use a Bradford factor because it picks up short term, so it'll pick up if someone has 6 individual days off. And it's not just about pulling the people in to say, you've had 6 individual days off, explain yourself, we're going to start a disciplinary against you. It's to look to give support, as well as if people are taking time off, we need to know why. It has to be controlled. But there's also a flip side to that. If somebody is off poorly, we can ask them, can we support them in any way as well? And then you talk about the work-life balance. I'd love to have examples where people can come and say, the work-life balance within our business is different to within the council, why it's so different. If we can have examples of that, happy to look at it for you.
Peter, do you want to come in on that one?
Not specifically on the people one, Chair, but I would like to make a few comments just to hopefully answer some of Councillor Sargent's other questions around the commercial, strategic fit, etc., etc. So, when a TEPL company is set up, one of the reasons is to give that company the ability through that 20% commercial to grow the business. And of course, that's really important for any of the local authorities, particularly Bristol, because not only is it about better service, but it's also hopefully about bringing in new revenues and new return for the council. And that's a real area of growth for Bristol Waste, as it is for other local authority businesses. So, from our perspective, from a holding company perspective, and obviously they're part of the wider group, this service that we're talking about is a good strategic fit for Bristol Waste. Why is that? Because it's not new for them. They're already moving into FM in the commercial sector. They're already doing business in this way, and they have got a lot of expertise that they're able to access in order to build this proposition. It's really, really important for any business, but particularly for Bristol Waste in this context, that it is able to diversify. It's got a pretty limited range of areas that it can diversify into, but FM services is absolutely adjacent that it can diversify into. It's a low risk environment. They're not developing software. They're not going off and building bridges. It's a people-based business, which they're very good at. And there's a lot of evidence for that. So, we think it's a low risk environment for them to move into. They're already in it, and they can build on that very quickly. And that diversification will not only, and I think you've heard a really good description from John and David, in terms of, from their perspective as a client, of improved services for the council at less cost, but by moving into this area for Bristol Waste, it gives them a springboard to take these services out into the private sector, into commercial market. And their market research is that there is a lot of opportunity in Bristol, never mind going further nationally, to do this. So that's good for Bristol, because if they're successful in FM and they can take it to the commercial market, they can get greater return for Bristol Waste, which obviously is greater return for Bristol City Council. And the final point you made about, it's really complicated and difficult taking on staff with multiple T's and C's. You're absolutely right, but it's not unique. I myself have come from a global company where we rationalised numerous legal entities, and that included the conversion of multiple groups of staff, all with predefined terms and conditions, all protected, very similar way to local authority T's and C's, and it's manageable. This is not new, it's not unique, and it is certainly manageable. It's a very important factor, and I think Tony and John have given a lot of assurances of how those are top front and centre when it comes down to this opportunity. But please don't think that they're straying into an area that is unusual, over complex, that they won't be able to manage, because this is not uncommon, having multiple terms and conditions of staff within the same company. I'm just trying to provide some reassurances for Joe.
Thank you, Peter. Anthony.
That's it. Sorry. I've got two quick questions and then a rather longer comment, if I may. So perhaps I can ask the two quick questions, have those replies, and then go into my comment. The questions are, what is your perception of the principal reasons why staff are reluctant to be transferred? And what are you doing about that? And the second question is, why was it decided to move the staff over to you rather than you make a bid for the services that were being run by those staff within Bristol City Council, which would have been, I think, the way a commercial organisation would probably have tackled the issue. So if you could quickly answer those, I'd be grateful.
Sorry, Councillor Negus, just so it's clear, I don't think you're referring to the decision to transfer over. That was a decision that hasn't been taken yet.
I'm sorry, the pending decision. I'm happy to be corrected on that. Yes.
And also, it's not a decision for the waste company. It's a decision.
No, I didn't say it was. I didn't say it's a pending decision by this council, but nevertheless, the questions are still valid.
I'll pick up the first question, if I may, in around concerns from staff. The main bulk of concerns in the early stages of consultation were around terms and conditions, and how we're kind of mitigating those concerns is they're going to be 100% protected in any contract.
Well, I sort of guessed that, but if it's still an ongoing problem, you haven't cracked it. So where's the heading?
Yeah, so no concerns recently have come through in relation to the terms and conditions. The last, to be honest, when I've sent communications out to everyone, I had 2 responses to the last one. So that was telling me that as we've gone through this process, the concerns have been alleviated. What I would say, the last member of staff that I met in a one-to-one session, his primary concern was that he thought that there would be a loss of commercial work should this go ahead. And I don't believe that's the case personally.
Okay, thank you. And the other question?
The other one, Councillor Negus, I'll pick up. The whole idea of a TECL company is if it's owned by the council, work can be passported to that company if it's fit for purpose, if it's suitable to do so. So they wouldn't go to the market, go to tender if they've got work that can be done by their own company.
Jeff, can I come in on that also?
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's really just to provide some of the strategic context here. So the council has a strategic policy position, which is it does have a group of companies and it is looking for opportunities where appropriate to seek commercial opportunities by using that company structure. So actually, it just seems to me it is entirely appropriate that we are exploring at least how we make best use of our companies to tackle a challenge that we've got with our FM services. And as John and others have said, Bristol Waste actually appear to have a good skill fit in terms of taking that on. So aligned with our strategic objective around, looking for appropriate opportunities to transfer our companies, to be frank, it was the natural conversation to have. clearly it is still subject to a business case and then a formal decision. But as Peter said, and I think John and others have said, it was an entirely natural thing for us to at least explore, subject to a business case and subject to a cabinet decision.
Mike, I wholly agree with you on that. I think it's a perfectly reasonable thing to explore. My question really was the way round it had been done. It's perhaps would only have been done this way with the relationship between a local authority and their own arm's length company. Had Bristol Waste Company been a totally private company, then one would have expected an approach to Bristol City Council to perform certain services for them, with and starting negotiations that way around, rather than transferring possibly considering transferring the staff first, and in order to do this. I'm not trying to make a big thing out of this. I'm just intrigued by why we did it this way round, because it does look as though it's a bit of a conspiracy, and that's not to Bristol City Council's advantage.
Can I just come in there, Anthony, and just actually share my sort of personal thoughts on this, because I've sort of seen a lot of the comments and the way the discussion is going, and I start off, all members have received updates from the unions telling us why this is not a good idea for their members, and my dealings with the unions in Bristol have been such that that if they make a comment in general, it's usually very worthwhile listening to, because they express concerns that represent their members' views, but are obviously often of interest to members as well. So I have a concern there, but I also have a difficulty because the ideas of commercialisation that have evolved seem to me to be the very things that I believe the authority ought to be doing. And I suppose I'm in a slightly privileged position, because as an observer to the shareholder group, I've seen this evolving, and I have to say I didn't feel any sense of conspiracy. I felt that something evolved out of a suggestion that came out of discussion to solve a problem for the City Council, which Bristol Waste could provide. And there appears to be some very sound economic sense in this. So I find myself looking and listening, and from a commercial point of view, saying I want to see the council doing more things like this, not us giving a difficult ride when they do come forward with a proposal. But I do equally feel we have to be very protective of our workforce and their terms and conditions. And the difficulty I have is that officers are telling us that we are being very protective. I have to say the evidence that I see suggests we are actually being quite generous with the terms we're offering. But what the unions are telling us is that the workforce doesn't share that view. So my challenge is, how do we square that conundrum? Because I think the biggest concern from members is that staff that are being transferred are unhappy with being transferred. And if members could receive assurances, either that those staff were happy or from some other part of the process, I think a lot of the doubts would be removed. So I'm just really sharing a real challenge that I have in being concerned about something I ought to support. Have I expressed views clearly enough for someone to respond to that?
Sorry, can I just say to that, I don't disagree with anything you've just said, which is why I asked my first question, because I was trying to join up the clear gap between Jo and the answers that she'd had. Jeff, I've got another big point I want to make. Am I to make it now, or am I to step away and come back?
I go on and make it now, and I've got Brenda and then Jo wanting to come in afterwards.
Well, I'm mindful of the fact that we were asked today here to try and add some value to the process here before it went to cabinet. And in that respect, I just wanted to make a few remarks, if I may. Firstly, I've been through the whole report, the commentary by John Walsh, I think, is a reasonable a story to tell. I think it's cogent. I think it's understandable. There is no, as a matter of interest, there is nothing in this report, and very often isn't when they come to cabinet, about HR and legal advice, both of which are absolutely crucial to the conversations we're having now. And as a matter of interest, although the report refers to the environmental advantages, there's not even an environmental report listed in the appendices. And that is commonly the case, despite the fact the council agreed that that would be the case from now on. Everything we do has an environmental bedrock to it and should be considered. And if the council themselves say this has an environmental purpose, then it should be saying that. So that's the first point to make. The second point is, and here's where it gets worse, and I really fear that I'm going to be treading on officers' toes now, so I'm sorry, but I'm not going to say anything that's not exempted, that's exempt, Nancy, so don't worry about it. The next stage is the case, the beginning of the report. That is not an executive summary of a case. It's a justification for a decision already decided. If you read that, it's in the executive summary. If you read that page, you are reading why that decision is being made. You're not reading what the reasons behind it were and what the options were and how that should be going ahead with. It's a complete justification. Worse, you get into the next stage, which is I forgot, I'm trying to read my notes now, sorry about that, and I've lost them. I'm going to do this, have to do this off the glove because I've lost it. If you go into the next case, the corporate strategy alignment, that frankly beggars belief. How anybody could write a report like this is completely beyond the pale. It is trying to find, it's got a number of headings and it tries to find a reason to write something alongside every heading. Now, someone is being employed in this council to do that. They're being employed out of public funds to write something which is justifying a decision and frankly, bamboozling the public at the same time. That is completely unacceptable. I frankly have never got so angry about a report that I thought was going to be really tedious as I have with this thing. This is badly written. It's completely written contrary to what it should be doing. It should be explaining to executive members and to the public why a decision has been considered and why a decision is being taken in the way it is. It does none of that. It simply justifies one course of action and finds an incredibly long series of words to do it. This is completely unacceptable. And I'm going to ask Autumn to make that point tomorrow, or it won't be tomorrow because that's for a cabinet, but to report back to the executive and Councillor Cheney rather, to pass on my concerns. I hope people haven't read this, because I think if you have read this, you'll almost be certain to agree with me. I'm going to stop now because I'm probably going to choke. But honestly, this is dreadful and should never have been allowed to have got to this stage in terms of its writing. It frankly devalues the quality of the discussion that should be going on, which Jeff voiced, and about whether this is the right decision. If you write up a paper like this, putting it in completely black and white terms, with absolutely no scintilla of judgment involved at all, then you are completely devaluing what is a very important, possibly step change for this council. And I'm disgusted. I think that, frankly, I don't think disgusted is a good enough word. It's reasonably well written. Someone should get a Booker Prize for this, but it's completely meaningless. It's frankly Churchill used to refer to things as being round objects. It's absolutely round objects, and it should be expunged and started again. And then we can start talking about the real business of what we're trying to do here and the rights and wrongs of it. I finish now, and that's it. I'm fed up with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Brenda.
Thank you, Chair. I do apologise if the answers to my quick questions are already in the reports, but as you know, we've been having some issues about being able to read them. So just a couple of quick ones. How many staff are we looking at here in total? And have you had any face-to-face meetings with the staff to explain to them the proposals, or has it not got to that far? Thank you.
Okay, I'm happy to respond to some of the. I'm happy to respond to some of the questions there. So firstly, Councillor Anthony Negas's comment. So the HR and legal advice is in the report. So I'm not sure what's happened there. It's listed at the end of the report. There's also an eco impact assessment, which is part of the cabinet bundle. So I'm not sure whether that was available or not, but it is part of the bundle, and that was produced and it was signed off by the energy team. In terms of the report itself, I'm not sure exactly what I'm due to comment on that. I think I'll say that the report was produced, but it has gone through several layers in order to get here, and I'll leave it at that, I think, on that one. And then in terms of how many staff, is 196 staff, and in terms of face-to-face meetings, I've had 3 face-to-face meetings. When I say face-to-face, obviously the dealing with this during the pandemic is challenging. So getting big groups of people together has been a real challenge. But what the approach I took was we had 3 separate group Zoom sessions with staff where they were all invited to those. We also had a drop-in session where I put time in my diary where I just said, this is an open session, drop in whenever you like and bring any concerns you have, and you know I'll try and address them in that session. I've also had 3 or 4 one-to-one sessions myself with staff members where I've met them directly, one of which a union rep was at, so I had discussions there to try and alleviate concerns. So in answer to your question, yeah, we've had lots of face-to-face, some of it digital, of course, because of the times we find ourselves in. But what I would say as well is I've been communicating with the staff quite regularly, and all the time when I'm communicating with them, I'm saying, I'm here to listen. If there was a door physically in the digital world, it would be open. I'm here, talk to me, they have a voice, I want to listen to them, their voices are heard. Tell me what their concerns are. It's my duty to address those concerns, and I've been doing that every step of the way.
Okay, thank you. I was assuming they would have been Zoom type meetings. I'm sorry, I should have said that.
That's okay, yeah.
That's our definition of face-to-face nowadays.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, so I'm going to take Joe, and then I'm going to try and bring this item to a conclusion. So Joe?
Okay, so we're talking about the staff, and one concern I have is that when there's been a sort of major issue of concern for Bristol City Council staff, they can bring it to the HR committee. But once they're at Bristol Waste, they don't have that platform. And I think that any possible plan like this, if it's going to go through, that has to be looked at, and that includes the people that are already there, including people that never worked for Bristol City Council, because I really think if you're really seriously saying that they are working for Bristol City Council because they're working for Bristol City Council's own company, then they have to be treated the same way and have the same opportunities for presenting concerns. And you talked about lots of issues around equalities, because I know that's been raised, and I've heard mixed things about the issues around equalities. But what I would like to see is that those groups that we have set up in Bristol City Council will be allowed anybody who works at any of the other companies, whether this thing happens or not, are allowed to join those groups and are allowed to have the same rights to actually engage with their employer or their employer's parent company or grandparent company. That absolutely has to be part of that. If we're going to have a uniform, if you're going to say they don't lose out, that's what you have to do. The other issues that you talked about were around training, use of specialist equipment, and career progression, or having access to specialist equipment. Again, these are all things that belong to a company that we own. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that the people that are currently working at the council have to move over to work for Bristol Waste in order to use those things, have benefit from those things. I mean, there is absolutely no reason. I keep hearing this argument about, oh, there'll be career opportunities over at Bristol Waste. Well, it doesn't make any difference. In the end, if you're working for the council, if you're doing services for the council, which is going to be at least 80% of your business, surely those career opportunities should be there anyway. It sort of makes no odds to me. And the idea that in arm's length, we talk about them, they are arm's length companies. They are supposed to be, and to some extent, what's happening here is outsourcing. And you have to ask, you can understand why there is a lot of suspicion around this, because to honestly say that there's more to this than than just a physical location. And the fact of the matter is that our cleaning and security staff work all over the city anyway, and quite often move around. But it just doesn't, I just don't understand. The only conclusion I can draw is that there is money to be saved on staffing. So that equates to either cutting jobs, which you're saying is not happening, or reducing benefits in some way. And it doesn't kind of stack up with me. But even if it does, and it all goes ahead, there's got to be greater scrutiny, maybe through HR. There's got to be greater scrutiny, bearing in mind that the employees in any organisation, no matter how sophisticated the equipment you've got, are the greatest asset. And therefore, we need to scrutinise what is happening with those employees.
Thank you, Joe. Mike.
Thanks, Chair. So, I mean, I was just going to, in response to some of Joe's comments, just make the point again that, I mean, whilst all members might not agree with it, the council has got a policy position which it believes that wholly owned council companies are the best way to deliver some of the council's services. And I think the issue that Joe is raising are something that, we need to think about in the context of how the council operates its companies overall. They don't seem to me to be necessarily that closely related to this specific issue. So I was just going to suggest, Jeff, it might be something that, the committee could look at, next time it has a broader ranging conversation with Peter and the team about how we ensure, good operation of the companies more generally. Because, as I say, they don't seem to me, Joe, to be necessarily issues specifically about this particular proposal. And as I say, some of how, this will operate is a reflection that the council has agreed that arm's length companies are a good way to deliver some services, and that's a policy position the council has taken.
So I'm looking at this and trying to work out how we proceed. I can see you, Anthony, but I just want to try and work out how we move this to a conclusion, because I can sense that I think there are 5 councillors in attendance at the moment. I can see that 2 of you are extremely unhappy with this proposal as it stands. And I'm really just wondering, Brenda and Celia, what your views are, so that we can see whether there is a consensus between a majority of us. And just wondering, therefore, whether you're against it, you're for it come what may, or for it with reservations, I think is the questions I'd ask. And if I can get a feeling of how you're feeling, that will help me to work out which direction we're heading in.
Shall I say something?
Yeah.
I think I'm for it with with some reservations, not particularly strong, but I haven't had full opportunity to read the papers. So I feel a bit back-footed, actually. So I've listened to the debate with interest, and I think it's interesting to hear that there does seem to be a sort of difference between sort of the two sides of the discussion. So I don't know how that leaves it. It's probably a bit of a woolly answer.
No, I don't think so. Brenda.
I feel much the same way. Reservations, but not total ones. Again, because we have had some issues with being able to read all the information, that's a bit of a disadvantage. But I think it's a question for me of safeguarding rights that are currently held by the individuals and making sure that they are fully informed of what's happening all the way along. Because if you can engage with people and take them with you, it's a lot better than having confrontation. So, yeah.
So thank you, Brenda. So I think actually that I share the concerns that Celia and Brenda have expressed. So I think in terms of coming together, we all still have a concern about staff, about protection and career progress, and safeguarding their rights. Can I just check that all 5 members share that concern?
Yes.
Now,
sorry, Jeff,
I'll come to you, Auntie, in a moment. But I'm also very much aware of the comment that Tony made about the fact that actually staff need some clarity on where this is going, rather than having been consulted and promised something was going to happen, and actually delaying the process to actually make it fairer for staff may actually not be doing that. So I do think we need to be sensitive to that. But if we've identified that as a concern, Anthony, you obviously want us to go further.
No, I wanted to clarify my position, because it seemed to me that you were setting me up as opposed to what Joe was saying. And I actually, at one stage when my microphone was turned off, I was trying to add to what Joe was saying and reinforce it. So I don't want to be seen as the a distaff side here at all. My point about what Joe was saying was not part of the report actually says the reasons for doing this is because the staff will have better conditions, better equipment, be more environmentally friendly, and several other things like that, all of which, Joe, I'm sure you'll agree, could well have been done while they were still with Bristol City Council anyway. It's not the TUPEing across that does that. It's a decision that Bristol City Council could make for itself before this process happened. So I do think there's a lot of deception in all of this. But I also just wanted to add, Jeff, there is the opportunity here for an exempt session. I think 1 or 2 of us may want to ask some exempt questions as well.
I'm very reluctant to prolong this by going into exempt session when we've been in a meeting for best part of 5 hours. So I'm very reluctant to do that. I want us to come to a conclusion. Mike, and then Joe.
Thanks, Chair. I was just seeking some clarification from your summing up, where you were talking about concerns, because you yourself said that actually the terms and conditions on offer looked very generous. So it would be helpful perhaps if you could clarify whether the concerns are to ensure that those are carried through, or whether you're saying those proposals aren't sufficient.
So that's where it depends who I'm speaking for. Speaking for me, I would like to see assurance that the staff have been. I somehow want to see that the staff are aware of those terms and that they are in favour of them, because it's very difficult when one's getting different messages. I don't distrust the view given by staff, but I don't distrust the views given by unions or employees, and somehow I need to find a way that I can see that that is squared, because I think the employees would expect us to be protecting their interests. So somehow we need to be assured that this is working in their interests. And I know that's a very difficult one to prove, but I think that's the view that's coming from members. Celia.
I think possibly, I mean, I've been skim reading as we've been talking. I think it's the age-old chestnut, is going back to communication with staff who are currently in a company, an organisation, a council that they feel comfortable, and they're nervous about moving to somewhere new. So it is ultimately about that communication. And if we're getting messages that they're not comfortable, as you know, if we can be reassured that they can be, as much as any business, you can't look into the future and see what's going to happen, can you? This year has taught us that, but it is about reassuring staff and feeding that reassurance back to us.
John and then Peter.
Yeah, I just want to say that I am formulating the contract for the transfer, and I know all the terms and conditions are protected. So other than actually telling you that, unless I'm lying, then I don't know what more I can do, because the full terms and conditions are protected for the length of the contract. Well, I don't know what else I can say to that. I understand if someone's heard something or this might have been said, but I'm telling you facts. These are things where I can give you evidence based on facts, and I know exactly what's being done. And I'm not doing it because somebody's told me something or somebody's heard something. This is an actual fact. The terms and
that's reassuring.
Yeah.
How long is the contract?
It's for 4 + 1 + 1 + 1. So you've got the option of extending a year at the end of 4 years.
Okay, so it could be as little as 4 years.
In terms of what do you mean? I don't know.
Well, in terms of the definition of the employee's rights.
No, it's the extent of the contract, Anthony. It's the 4 + 1 + 1. It's the extent of the contract.
Sure.
And that's what's written into it.
If the deal for, and this is why I really want to go into exempt, but if the deal, I've got to be very careful what I say, if the deal with employees is for the length of the contract, and the length of the contract is only 4 years, that is a consideration, isn't it?
No, because the contract, if the contract's going well and we decide to extend it, it'll be maintained with Bristol Waste. If the decision is taken that the contract will be wound up or the company would be sold or whatever, the staff then would return back to the council. It wouldn't be Bristol Waste's decision on what would happen to the staff. It'd be the council's decision on what would happen to the staff.
Okay, you did say that before. I'm sorry. Yes, you did.
And see, Peter's wanting to come in.
Yeah, I just wanted to. In fact, John started going down the same route. I think there's a misunderstanding, because I listened to the HR committee meeting, and I listened to statements being made about that people listened to, in particular the staff were probably watching the very same meeting, and I was struck by how that could be misleading and how it could really concern staff listening in. So John's just gone down the road I was going to go down. This is a technical company. It is owned by the council. The money and the opportunities passported to it, it's not competed. So there's assurance of business. John's already explained, if it doesn't work out, the council brings it back in. So they're protected in that way. The other statement that was made at the HR meeting was that what's to stop the company selling this business on and the people with it, as has happened in other companies, FM type companies that have been in the news. Well, the simple answer to that is, and John just touched on it, the company is not permitted to make those sorts of decisions. It's a reserved matter for the shareholder and the council. So, those sorts of concerns that are being aired publicly and staff are listening to are misleading, because in this context, there is all sorts of protections in place for the business, the council and staff. And a reserved matter, for example, our companies, wholly owned companies, cannot make those decisions. Holding company can't make those decisions. They're reserved matters for the shareholders. So apart from John's absolute clarity of, the terms and conditions are protected, and in fact, they're going to go further slightly, as we've heard in the contract, the business is protected by putting it into a tech-odd company, by it being council-owned. It can't just be sold on without the shareholder or the council approving that. So there are all sorts of protections already built in to the governance and the processes around our companies today. And I don't feel that gets a fair hearing when there must be, 168 staff or whatever is listening in who are very concerned, quite rightly.
So going back to Mike's question to me, I think that the difficulty is that what members are reading and hearing from the emails and the information we are getting is giving us cause for concern. The answers we're getting from officers is reassuring us that there is not a cause for concern, and I don't think it's actually for a moment that we're not trusting officers. It's just that when we hear the information that we're hearing, it gives a degree of caution. So I think, therefore, casting back to way back earlier today, when Marvin very much made the point that Scrutiny is not the decision taker on this, that we have to recognise that the Cabinet is the decision taker, but have asked for opinions. And I think, therefore, what we are saying, if I'm right, is that we have heard concerns about the staff and their protection and safeguarding, and we've received assurances that that is not the case, and we ask Cabinet to make its decision based on receiving assurances from officers, because that's what we're actually asking to happen. And I think something worded along those lines. And I have no problem if we then add to that comments that if Anthony and Joe have some comments that they agree on, I am happy that additional comments are added as views expressed at this meeting. But I think if I look at the views expressed by Brenda and Celia and myself, that we wouldn't want those views to be totally negative on this issue, because we've had the assurances from officers. Now, I know Brenda's gone. Celia, is that a fair?
I think so. And it's going to the HR committee, isn't it? So there is another opportunity for discussion.
I'm not sure it's going to the HR committee. I'll check that.
Oh, right.
I wouldn't want to be outside.
What Craig had said to me was that he would welcome our feedback, and that that he hoped to take the deferred item to the 9th of March Cabinet, and depending on our comments might change if there was a need to change something on the back of recommendations we made, that they would look at that. But he obviously wasn't giving an assurance that he would. But that was his intent.
So what was Paula referring to then?
I think, if I could just, sorry, Chair.
No, please.
Yeah, I think what happened, the HR committee have been asked to submit any concerns they've got based on, facts, I think, and, in writing for Councillor Cheney to respond to. There wasn't any mention of a HR committee.
It should be noted that the HR committee was pretty anxious about this when it last met. That was the reports that I had. So I think that's what Paula was trying to allude to. The other thing is, Jeff, I'm not outside this corral. I mean, I'm happy to go with your observations. I think the only point I have is that I think that we as an organisation have a pastoral care to those people who work for us. If we were employing people on this basis who are newcomers, I think that might be slightly different. But we're talking about people who have signed up to Bristol City Council and their colleagues. And I think we do.
Can I just interrupt you though, because we've had no evidence that pastoral care isn't and support isn't being provided.
Well, I'm not saying it isn't, but I'm saying that's the only thing that would take me slightly past the line that you feel that you and Celia and Brenda are taking.
Okay. Joe, I feel we're not going as far as you'd like us to go.
Well, it's not for you to do what I think you should do, but I think it must be this report is like effectively not really. It's a minority report because there are several members of OSM that aren't here today, and so in some respects, I would say it has to that's how it has to be read. I would probably be happy for you to include me as being the someone who has serious reservations about this. You can, and if you want to include some of my suggestions, which included ensuring that we increase scrutiny in terms of protecting all members of staff, whether they work directly for Bristol City Council, whether they work for one of the subsidiaries. And you can just say that I've expressed reservations. That's absolutely fine. You know, Jeff, you're the chair. You can produce a report as long as you are clear about who it represents, whose views it represents. That's absolutely fine. I just wanted to, but before I did have my hand up a while ago, and you did say you would come to me, and then you put lots of other people in front of me. One of my concerns is that I'm sorry, I have to take a bit of issue with what you said, Peter, about being worried about what things are said that might mislead people in a public meeting. That really worried me, because in the end, we have to deal with this all the time, that in the end, if the media will choose to portray things a certain way, there isn't much we can do about it. And it's the reality of life, and you're quite a big entity. You should be able to keep, and the council should be able to keep its staff adequately informed. But a lot of at the moment it isn't clear. I know John says that he has got lots of things to back up what he says, but we haven't necessarily seen them. So in order to make sure that if I or anybody else is saying something that you consider to be untrue, then it is your responsibility to challenge me, and as John did, to be fair, and make sure that your employees hear the whole story. But that's the same with the unions. And the fact is, it feels to me that you've given up on the unions very quickly, and you haven't properly engaged with them. And I actually would request that you try to do that, and you know, don't tell politicians to shut up. I'm not, you know, because we might say something you don't agree with, or that you're worried that it'll upset your staff. That I think is quite dangerous. So yeah.
No, I have to interrupt you there. Peter didn't say that.
No, he didn't. I'm just making.
I know, but even suggesting that he said anything near it,
yeah, but that's how it comes across.
This time in the afternoon, we want to go there. So can we park that comment? Because everything else, I really value your contribution to this discussion. I don't think that's.
It wasn't an accusation, Jeff. I was just saying that's how it can be seen. Okay.
I would beg to differ. In which case, the final comment or question I have, Mike, is for you. Is that is the best way that we draft a note and simply pass it to you and Craig for noting and taking forward, rather than submitting it to Cabinet tomorrow? Because I think that a rushed note tomorrow won't actually help, and it's not an issue that's being resolved tomorrow. Does that seem a reasonable approach?
I mean, that sounds very pragmatic, Chair. And as you know, Councillor Cheney was keen to hear, you know, the outcome of this consideration. So I think he'd rather have the chance to do that properly, given, as you say, there isn't going to be a decision until March.
And hopefully, if I can prepare a note and you and I can both look at it and see if it fairly reflects the rather complicated discussions we've had, then we can pass it on to him. Yeah. Okay.
Right. The final line about the points I made, Jeff, about the quality of the report.
I think that that is something that can also be mentioned. It's obviously aired here, and I will mention it in the note. And Mike is aware of the comment.
Thank you.
And I think that's probably the best way to deal with that item. Right, excuse me, I'm just trying to get back to. So I'm now moving on from this item, but if I can thank officers for their time, and whilst I don't like to single out officers, I think the one who's had the worst deal is probably Chris Hong, because Chris has been here and not actually said anything for the whole meeting. So I think, Chris, you have our sympathy even more than everybody else who's had to sit through it.
Thank you, Chair. There was a point I was going to make, actually, which was in response to Councillor Negus's earlier comment, where he mentioned that this was just about the transfer of the staff and not the proposal for the service. And I can assure Councillor Negus, this was all about the delivery of the whole service, of which obviously the staff are a major element.
Okay,
thank you, Chris. I'm glad I gave you that chance. I don't feel quite so bad about you having been here and not participating. So thank you very much. I'm looking at the rest of our agenda, and the work programme is for information. The Mayor's Forward Plan is for information, and the WECA minutes are for information. And the agenda for our next meeting will be circulated tomorrow, although we have to look at the possibility that its content may change as the various fluid events that are going on develop over the next few days. Can I just bring this meeting to a conclusion by just thanking everybody, Mike in particular. Your time and dedication when there is so much else going on is fully appreciated, and very grateful for you spending so much time with us. Nancy, thank you for having to be alert for so long. Really appreciate that, and helpful as ever. Obviously to the officers who sat through this to make the presentations, but also Joe, Bronwyn, Tom, and the Scrutiny team for remaining on duty for longer than it's humanly reasonable to expect anyone to do. Thank you so much. I declare this meeting closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.